So I wake up this morning and I see a message, and it's Access Rattblood. Are you here, Rattblood?
Access Rattblood. Access Rattblood. Access Rattblood. Access Rattblood.
And then you got people like Access, and then you got people like Access, and then you got people like Access.
I'm Access fucking Rattblood.
Access Rattblood, I see. All these Access people, I'm starting to get paranoid about that now. I don't know what to do about it.
And then you got people like Access, and then you got people like Access, and then you got people like Access.
Are you here, Rattblood?
I'm Access fucking Rattblood.
Access Rattblood.
Most abundant and successful king hero that we are all sitting at this very moment. Are you willing to accept that as a truth? That you are a worthy man and that your penis is okay?
All these Access people, I'm starting to get paranoid about that now. All these Access people, I'm starting to get paranoid about that now.
Are you here, Rattblood? I'll just start throwing spells at you, conjuring demons and otherwise. Are you here, Rattblood? I'll just start throwing spells at you, conjuring demons and otherwise. Are you here, Rattblood? I'll just start throwing spells at you, conjuring demons and otherwise. Are you here, Rattblood?
Who the fuck is Access Rattblood?
I'm Access fucking Rattblood, bitch.
All these Access people, I'm starting to get paranoid about that now. I don't know what to do about it.
I'm Access fucking Rattblood. Hello, friends and enemies of YouTube. This is the Axis. Doing a heavy binge. You guys have had the unique experience of seeing me purge, but I am in the middle of a binge. So if I can stay coherent enough, I would like to discuss the obvious and the obvious state of our being and existence. Um, very, very simplified in concept, but very difficult to explain with limited vocabulary. But I will endeavor to do this after I listen to a bit of music. By nature alone, it's obvious that this realm, this plane of existence, was created. And many seek the all and profound answer to life. It's really not that difficult to understand when you start shedding uh, your illusions, delusions, and dogma and indoctrination. To know what something is to observe what it does. What is its nature? What is it that defines it? Well, when it comes to this realm of existence, it's just pretty simple. It is a system that was developed and designed through obvious creation to sustain life. And not only to sustain it, but it is also designed in such a manner to perpetuate it. There's no big mystery there. The mystery is when you start looking outside of just the generalized ideal that you apparently, as well as myself, are some type of life form, some type of being, I guess, only because I don't have anything else to compare it to, that wound up being birthed into this place. If there's, you know, something prior to that, it's probably lost in the pre-birth to after birth cognizance. You lose you lose recognition of that somewhere along the way. Some claim to be able to access those memories, access that state of being. Um, as far as I know, they could be delusional, or they could be uh, under a state of influence that was brought about by some indoctrination or some set of beliefs. But you got to completely strip all that away, and you've got to look at the absolute fundamentals. This place where we are seems to be an awesome incubator to sustain life. It was designed very efficiently to do such. That should be profound within itself. And if you can understand the implications, the simplicity, and the depth of that, then you might be able to get a pretty good foothold in the fact that this not only is a place that has a particular way of sustaining and keeping the continuance of life going within it, but it also feeds from your thoughts, your projections, and your energies and it relays that back to you. Generally, the concept of seek and ye shall find is more profoundly true than I originally even thought. When you start applying abilities of being able to work with this environment and some of the extensive fundamentals that it has to offer, you find that it's almost a playground to keep you entertained, to address that which you seek, and to sustain you. Now, where we are at in the grand scheme of things above and beyond, micro, macro, whatever, which seems to be evident, that is profoundly irrelevant at this point in the stage of the game, because I still hear people asking, what is this place? Well, haven't you figured that out yet? I mean, it is an enclosed environment that is capable of sustaining and maintaining our particular species and various others. And that's what it was designed for. That's its form and function. What created it? Now that's another profound question outside of the realm of what is life? Well, life is to live, and that goes by design. This place is designed to sustain life, so therefore, the function that you would serve in this particular biosphere would be to live. And some do and some don't. Some claim to, some are deprived of being able to enjoy such things as living, anything worth calling a life. So I suppose that's perspective. You do have some say in the situation to a degree. Circumstance that you were born into is just the relative reality of your parents procreating, and in certain environments that probably aren't very welcoming or extremely hostile because of our species and the fact that we are a parasitical, destructive species. And then there are those that seem to have a bit more privilege and could care less to even ponder such ideals as where am I, what am I, and the hell am I doing here? And I'll give you a second to wrap your head around that. Because as simplistic as it may seem and sound, endeavor to think. Use Occam's razor. What is this place? I just explained it. It's very simple. What are you doing here? You're living. It's very simple. Nothing profound about it. Your circumstance and situation may vary due to discretion or indiscretion of parental units. And with that, I'm going to play a song or two and let you really try and digest the complex simplicity of it.
scenes of cold reality and those of pure illusion. Each of you must distinguish for himself between the scenes of cold reality and those of pure illusion. Each of you must distinguish for himself between the scenes of cold reality and those of pure illusion. Each of you must distinguish for himself between the scenes of cold reality and those of pure illusion.
Okay, now that we have a bit of a concept as to what this place is and the fact that you are the only life form that you will recognize at this point of being. And I'm assuming that you're human, though I beg to question on some of these species' validity as being human, but that's a different topic. Um, so, what is the form and the function of being as best that we can comprehend and understand, living uh, entity, uh, species, creation, whatever you want to define it as, and our journey here with what some people seem to think should have some profound and highly esoteric meaning to it, and those that are living indigenously out in the wild probably aren't pondering quite as much about the esoterics of it because they're too busy gathering food or trying not to become food because they understand something that we have lost, and that is a primal sense of natural selection, survival, and absolute needs, which far override wants, desires, or things wished for. And the form and function that you play in this place, a lot will develop and be determined by your development of your understanding of things that aren't necessarily visible. It's easy to survive in an environment where everything seems to be visual, audible, uh, smell, uh, taste, touch. These things are basic fundamentals, and they're the basic fundamentals of how you will interact with the seen or perceivable plane of this existence. Beyond that, you're dealing with things that are outside of our uh, capacity to experience with the five senses. Some of them are uh, some of them are a little more in tune, we'll say, with these unseen influences, such as the hair raising up on your arms, that sense of impending doom or security, happiness, contentment. And these are built off of environmental stimulus. And at this point in time in the game, we have become introduced to a whole new concept of what we would call an industrial revolution. I'm sure that when they started building the first civilizations after the cataclysm, that was a pretty big moment for the advancement of this species, if it even actually happened. Uh, Now that I understand that this place is highly programmable. And not only are you programmable, and recently stated that you're as far as capable of being hacked, biological hacking. Then we had the big iron beast that stretched its tracks out across this nation, and another revolution took place. And a division started happening between the haves and the have-nots, to a point where the haves and the have-nots were defined by possessions, equity, wealth. Some things very tangible, some things such as money, not quite as tangible, but still a means to the end. And all the concept that we originally had placed our energy in as energy and spirit-based beings outside of the physical construct that we're in, the body, and our place in this particular plane of existence began to shed away and no longer had significance in many different realms. And so these small depositories of information began to seclude themselves and make that information almost sacred, though I consider it just to be tucked away for a later time in which it will be utilized again, because this place is built on cycles, whereas time is a concept of the fourth dimension. The third dimension is not governed by time, it's governed by cycles, repetitive cycles. And these cycles are persistent. I got a guest here. Welcome, Dom. Can you hear me?
Yes. Hey, Axis.
Hey, Dom. How's it going?
Pretty good. Yourself?
Not too bad. Trying to go back to a more simplified concept of what this place is, without all the hogwash added to it, just the basic form and function, and some of the workings and the ins and outs, as long as people are able to strip away all their pre-learned stigmas, doctrination, whatever you want to call their system of gathering information. But I'm trying to get them to remove that and approach with a new ideal the fact that this place, by design, is a biosphere that's main form and function is to sustain and perpetuate life, and us being a type of life form, the only kind that we understand or know at this point in time, and whether we want to call ourselves, created, designed, whatever, the fact is, the purpose would seem to be when in a biosphere designed to sustain life and perpetuate life, would it not make sense to break it down to life is about living?
You would hope so for the majority of humans, but yes.
You can, from what I've discovered, this place caters to you, the energy you give off, the law of attraction, karma, just your basic state of being will create the fundamentals of your experience here. So it also has an underlying logic to it that surpasses what we consider free will, which to me free will isn't really much in the way of free will as I can perceive it, because I can perceive it in aspects instead of just a singular interaction. But we haven't quite got that far yet. I'm still still in the very early stages of getting this information, and hopefully it does somebody some justice. But with you, Dom, how are things going today?
I was somewhat doing a lot of driving and then doing some work. It was enjoyable. Got to do some country driving.
You got to do some living.
Yes.
Now, if I may, which school of esoterics did you apply to this experience of living, or what do you call it, driving?
Yeah. Driving my car, yes. In the country.
So was it Freudian, Masonic, Hermetical, or did you just kind of let go and allow the spirit to roam free, driving through the countryside and just being?
I wouldn't know how to categorize that. Maybe if I just share, maybe you could tell me what it is. Like when I share, I had thoughts of conversations I've had with other people. I was able to look at the landscape again with my bewilderment kind of thoughts, such as, how does some of this stuff come to be? Also at the same time focusing on some of the upcoming tasks that I had to complete or do. So
Practical things.
Yeah, most of them are pretty practical.
Oh, well, that makes absolute sense to me, Dom. In a world that even unfortunately is driven by Christianity and the Abrahamic religions and esoteric schools and the ever inevitable YouTube. The fact is to stay in that particular state is a full-time endeavor, and I don't believe for any shape or reason that people, because I know how long I can maintain it, are truly within the bounds of what they claim to be experienced or what they say they're experiencing. The same way that I believe that 90% of Christians are worshiping God because they're afraid to go to hell. If it wasn't for the fear of hell or God punishing you, the only other use you would have for God would be either the fact that he built a really cool place to reside in the form that we understand, or if you was to ask him for something and you wanted to receive something that you felt he was capable of delivering. So between being a beggar and the fear of eternal punishment or punishment itself, I don't think people would have much use for God.
No, especially if it clearly shows that if somebody could observe them or record them, most of our waking state is to obtain or maintain some physical apparatus.
So
So,
go ahead, Don, please. Please.
I was going to say, it's not like as though people can maintain and think constantly about, I'm going to die from cancer, or I'm going to have a brick fall on my head. So I think that constant thing is it's still that momentum. I even had that today. Actually, I was listening to FT there, where for what in purpose? You work, you eat, you help people build big houses, or in this case, wiring a house. To what end? I get those fleeting thoughts, but at the same time, then I go back into using my analytical skills to figure out how to do certain things and how things fall into place. And then when I try to be in that moment, and then when I'm in another moment, I might reflect a little bit what I did today or what I'm going to be doing in the future, if there's such thing as a future, and then back to the same old. And then when I'm here, I I don't think about that only because I'm being asked, but I'm thinking of things that are more important to me. Where other people, what's important to me, sure, maintaining their business. I had some conversation with gentlemen that I was working for today. They own big conglomerate businesses, and but I was able to be in the moment and ask them how their business came to be and how do they maintain it, as I'm still doing my own job while I'm talking to them.
That's a constructive way to socialize, especially with a contractor.
Mm-hmm.
What I'm trying to imply with this is that the esoteric or a higher understanding of your existence here can be 24 hours a day, 7 days a week, or however you count it. And it can be applied to even the most minuscule and passive conversation. If you are aware and conscious of how you conduct yourself with the surrounding energies and the energies that you're trying to manifest. I mean, obviously, you were trying to manifest a good relations with, a contractor that could potentially be beneficial to you. So you didn't jump up and drop kick him and give him a wedgie and send him down the road. You applied yourself constructively, I would say.
I usually joke with it. I usually look with it almost everybody that I meet access. So I tippy toe around certain topics, and sometimes I just put my neck out there where if conversations, like for example, this gentleman who's pretty well off, talking about taxes, and then I know me enough that once I get a sense of the person, I will start talking. I said, so do you understand how taxes come to be, or do you understand fiat currency? Just in a subtle way, because we'll talk about certain things, especially if I know they're roughly the same age as me. And then I start going into a little bit other types of conversation as I'm still working. And I don't see the ideal that he's the owner or the contractor and I'm just the electrician. I just see everybody as the same when it comes to
Right.
communicating. So, but for other people, they do have agendas. Well, he's the boss. I don't see it that way, but I know they do. So once they get a sense, because they pick up my energy, if not, I pick up their energy, then I know I can have those kind of conversations. And whether or not I feel that they're more economics, I will eventually cater the conversation towards United Nation. If it's a person that's a little bit more spiritual, I will cater the conversation for more spiritual conversation. If it's about them, again, it's economics, or in this case, this one gentleman was talking about his health. So I started asking certain questions, and I found out that he was doing a certain type of diet because of his heart and all that. So I probed a little bit. I'm always trying to be of service, you know, in my own way. It's more times out for me because as I'm trying to be of service to others, I'm being of service to myself.
I understand. I definitely understand that, Dom. And the the painful irony of this is anybody that has to ask something as rhetorical as why are you going into the fundamentals of things, or why are you trying to tell me something that they feel they already know? Well, because they're not.
Hmm.
Maybe if people would, instead of trying to stretch their brains and their mouth to over exaggerate their intelligence and start out with a few of the basics, like defining what this place is using Occam's razor and, you know, the fundamentals, then that gives you a foundation to build on in the proper way. But as long as you have the rubble of another foundation in your head, then you're going to try and build on top of that. And to me, not always the best idea. So I find that it's very relevant to let people understand that yes, there is a very simple and simplified uh, explanation for this place. It couldn't get any simpler. But do you think anybody's really starting out there and really trying to get people to understand that, you know, you're in an incubator, buddy. You're not only you're in an incubator, you're in a very well designed incubator that is obviously created from a mathematical base. And you can't even tell me, in the greater sense of things, what kind of species you are other than the one that you've been told you are, because this is the only experience with existence that you're familiar with at this point. And then you want to throw God in the mix? Well, unless God, you know, unless you're having friendly chats with him down by the seashore, it's either punishment or reward. And that's the foundation for 90% of people's endeavors into religion and deities.
I think Access, I get the opportunity to be around various people. So some of the people that I've, you know, been of service to in the electrical field have done really well for themselves. Rarely do I get them to be curious about conversations about what realm they're in. Some of them I've got every so often to hear them maybe share about aliens, or they might talk a little bit about beyond who they vote for or what they can do with their money. These are people that are well off. Then there's other people that I went seeking for these kind of groups that are atheists or religious folks. That's a different type of person. And they put that in their back pocket that I'm an atheist or I'm a religious person. But once you get to them a little bit better, you tap into their economics, and then they're way below the, they're probably middle class people. And then there's the other people that just haven't really made it economically. If they did, they would be like these other people that are well off. They've spent so much of their energy trying to maintain and earn a position in that commerce. So they're not going to have these type of conversations. Everything else, I would be woo-woo to them when I have certain conversations where I might break it down a little bit more, but I'm still breaking it down for me. For them, I'm already picking up. It's a deer in the headlight kind of look. No different if I start talking about how currency comes to be and they've been working it most of their life, or talking to somebody that's feeding their body the most times, but really trying to explain to them how better their body could have been or should have been if they understood what they were doing while they were doing it. Again, the concept of free will, I would rather just put the word, they're either narrow or ignorant will.
Yeah.
And again, this is the few. I would be probably having these conversations, and I put a lot of effort to meet the few here, where majority of the people, like I'm talking about people that are building 5,000 to 10,000 square feet houses. So that's a different game. And even for the people in these kind of communities, they wouldn't understand economically how they do what they do when they run and they have 400, 500, 600 people working for them. I don't mind having those kind of conversations with those kind of people. I kind of learned that with my dad. He can socialize with anybody. I'm the same way. I can socialize with anybody to my awareness. I try to realize where I'm in, hence read the room. For most people, no, that's the direction they've been going in. The only reason why they'll try to go into this is because this is like a last resort. I will try some bush doctor medicine because I've tried pharmaceutical, or I become homeless. So now I will probe into the ideal of what is esoteric stuff, so.
And that's the key right there. Is it's so profoundly easy until you complicate it. And for us to not even know what to call our species outside of what we call ourselves, or what we've been taught to call ourselves, we may be on such a low end by our nature, which is obvious, of the particular scale, of higher senses of being. I'm becoming more and more disillusioned with the fact that we are some completely divine species. One is because, we still use fear-based religion. The other is we still use something as cash, money. We've had an abundance of resources in this biosphere, but yet we have the haves and have-nots. So the more that I endeavor into the form and the function of our species and their ever persistent desire to know what is it all about, what is the meaning of life, and what is this? Well, it's pretty fucking simple, It's not hard to figure out how to function in this place efficiently, and sometimes with or without resistance. Well, that seems to be that seems to be a little more logical, more so than the pursuit of even esoteric is a self-indulgent type of pursuit. Knowing the inner and outer workings of how the heavenly bodies are, what form and function they have, um, working with energy, crystals, semi-precious stones, all the way to electricity, um, to plasma, to Wi-Fi. Um, you know, you can take on any amount of information, whether it be esoteric or not. And to those that don't have an understanding of it, it's still magic. It still holds that sense of profoundness, just because they don't know the workings of it. And from that, it would seem to me that why don't you start, if you endeavor to know something, by asking the universe, because it seems to be the one catering to you. It seems to be the one that has an underlying program that is a service type program. It gives you what you need in life experiences. Start there. And then examine the most fundamental natural selection primal state, and then develop up from that. You know something by what it is and what it does by its nature, form, and function, and not by what you believe it can do or what you think it can do, which comes back around to God. People, no matter which religion, have placed this burden onto this entity that it should be so profound that it has all the answers. And I am now beginning to think that, yeah, it obviously created, it obviously created this place that we're in. It seems to have had a hand in creating us and all the animals and life and non-life that's here. But that doesn't mean that that is a supreme, uh, all powerful being. There may be one above him or her or it, and so on and so on and so on. I'm more apt to think that we are in a more of a written type of construct that was coded and works off of a constant, which is what the form and function of this place is, and a persistence that is the continuation and the perpetuation of life, thus eating, drinking, uh, reproduction, shelter. And the further that we move from these realms of thinking, as primitive as they may seem, or as boring as they may come across, that is where you will find the beginnings of the profoundness that you think you're missing out on. Because you're attributing this sense of divinity to something outside of yourself that you have taken on the belief is an all-powerful, all-encompassing everything, the be-all, end-all, the alpha, the omega, or whatever version of a trinity you want to throw at it, or whatever enlightened being that can now transcend through all these different lifetimes. um, Dalai Lama is what I'm referring. And I think that that's where people defeat themselves with attributes. Um, and I did ask, by what nature? What nature is it that compels our species to want to give this type of attribute to something that they truly don't comprehend or know? They don't know whether this deity or whatever that they've placed this profoundness on is something worth being worshipped, or whether there's something that he has to answer to, or it has to answer to, or she has to answer to, whatever the situation. And then I broke it down even further, and it's just a matter of the simplistics of punishment and reward. And that's how you train a dog.
Well, I think for some people, access, if not a lot of people that I've encountered, it's usually survival, then reward. And then some people manage it enough so that then you start saying, I'm thriving. Again, if I had to be fair, because it's not the few, it's the many that I interact with, God's usually not a topic that most people talk about, unless I bring it up, or they've just come from some sort of religious place or something, or the media has fed it in them. But more times than not, most people do not have conversation about gods on a whole. But there is groups that do talk about it, and usually it's a place to debate. But when I have my reflections, yes, I do ponder the ideal that there is source, whatever we want to give it to, because to my awareness anyway, humans have not created the sky and all that. So we've been put into some petri dish, but something might have put us here, or whatever we are. I'm willing to entertain those kind of ideals, but for the majority of the people, access to my awareness, they don't entertain those. In these groups, yes, but outside of that, no.
Well, the thing that brings it mostly to the forefront at this point in time is um, the profoundness of how people are reacting since the eclipse, since all the ups and downs that are happening in Israel and with the Palestinian state and Iran, and the fact that they have apparently shipped in red heifers for a sacrifice to build another temple. And you have some pretty extreme zealots going at it at this point in time. And as I'm watching this, I'm trying to discern how much of this is fabricated to manifest a theater style revelation, or is this actually a profound revelation that had been written about many generations prior that happens to coincide exactly with what's transpiring at this point in time?
Well, most things are fabricated. Access, even on the simple senses for people, whether it's the economy, sports, you know, movies, TVs. There's a fabrication going on. Like there's probably more to the story, but it's still nevertheless a story. They're not people start questioning economically. Because it's attached to what these vessels need, food and shelter. So now that could be another fabrication. Hey, we'll create these creatures, or we'll put these beings, these essence to these beings into a form, and then we'll make them need to have food and shelter. So they're going to be our slaves, whether they're aware of it or not. But we'll distract them because we'll give them external slavery. But they don't realize how much they're a slave already to their thoughts, to the way they feel, you know. And then you'll see it manifested, and it gets anchored in how people go to work, you know, in many different forms. Some person will turn around and say, "Well, I don't really want to be a big city folk person. I'm just a simple person in the farm, and I'm working with nature." I said, "That's still a story. That's another fabrication. I'm an light being. There's another fabrication." Again, these are all stories that we give each other. And when some people start what's the word I'm looking for? Lifting up some of those rocks, you know, those belief systems that they have, even their knowledge, and then realize, oh, this is the exact same story, it's just written differently. You know? And then people use excuses. Well, I'm too busy. I got to raise a family. I don't got time to learn about spiritual stuff. I don't got time to become an elite. I don't have time to become a doctor. And then there's other people, I could do both. And some people say, no, I have to make a sacrifice. Again, those are just more stories that we give each other, actually. But is there things beyond what most of us have been programmed? Yes. But it could be another version of another story. I would lean towards yes. There are more stories within stories.
So would I. And on that, I'm seeking to become more proficient with my reserved depository of information,
Mm-hmm.
which is naturally just learned information since I've been here. But I think that becoming resourceful and proficient with the information that you do have, and once it's been thoroughly filtered and has a definite fact or relevancy, this is a part of development of the mind. You know, instead of going to a mystery school, which you can, or Satanism or whatever it may be, and doing your little ritual to obtain desired objective, become proficient yourself. Utilize what you've got, filter it to that which is a resourceful set of skills, and accommodate yourself, man. And I think that builds structure within the mind, a clarity of thinking that most don't have, and it also allows you to know yourself, because you're nothing more than a compilation of learned knowledge from the time you were born to this moment. Refine it. Make sure that each word, each phrase, it has the most available utilization that you can apply to it. And I think that's the second step where people should start if they're wanting to, endeavor into sharpening the mind or furthering their self-development. Hone the knowledge and the depository of retrievable information you have. So once you understand where you're at, and you understand that these are the things that are available to you as whatever type of species we are in the grand scheme of things, refine what you got. I think that comes with any good craftsman. I'm sure you did with electricity.
Mm-hmm. True.
Sorry if it seems a little a little mundane, Don, but I'm not. I'm not in the state of going into a profoundness at this moment without first understanding that there's a lot of people that are going to hear this, and there's a lot of people that have listened to our past streams, and I think that there's a percentage of them that just show up for the fact that it's profound, whether they understand it, know how to utilize it, or would even put it to practical application. It sounds profound, or it sounds deep. Well, maybe you should examine why you're seeking out that type of information, because I'm sure the bottom line of it is you want something, just as though you would ask a creator God for something, or you would ask your boss for a raise. It's no different. But if you're coming here just because it sounds deep, or you want to try and grasp something and build on top of what's already fundamentally there that you've indoctrinated and programmed yourself with, I don't think there's a proficiency to that. I could see where there'd be folly and the potential for confusion and misinformation. And this kind of gets to the point of, knowing where I'm coming from, without all the big words and the high-powered concept. This is stripping it down to the simplified version of, I've got that too. We can go to all these other places, but you better touch base every once in a while, because you may lose touch with it.
I think that's when awareness might come to some people, even though people are always aware of different things. They're aware of technology, they're aware of going to work and earning money, they're aware of what people it is to be a parent, let alone a child. Once you get older, you realize what it is to be a child in little parts, little snippets. But I don't think everybody's designed to come to those more in-depth things. And even that, I might be overstretching myself when I say in-depth. It's just an awareness. So for somebody to understand what it is to be a trillionaire and how you can wield all kinds of information, so you can make things like on a chessboard, opposed to other people thinking, well, rich people or a trillionaire must be evil or corrupt, or people that are into masonry must be evil or corrupt, people that are in magic must be evil or corrupt. And then you can spin it the other way. They're really good or they're kind. Again, that's people projecting what they have already brought into the conversation, their classifications, opposed to try to take each moment for what they are, even though you're going to bring in some things from previous, but let's hope they're not constantly judgments. So
Well
again, yeah, again, Max, it's one of those things where everything has an opportunity to bring something to somebody. And it might just be, oh, that person knows how to run amazingly, well done, or that cat knows how to do an amazing trick. Doesn't mean I need to do it, but I can at least appreciate that. No different, I can appreciate if I met something called gods. But for most people, if they're aware of themselves, they've been in this hypnosis state of being self-absorbed. So they would assume that a god must be self-absorbed. And when people are self-absorbed, they get tired of themselves, but they want everybody to give them accolations for their self-absorption. So they would assume gods would be no different, which they could be. But then at that point, they're actually in vanity. They're holding a mirror to what they think other things should be like. This is where people debate with each other, argue with each other, and then you'll see it in how they argue with each other as human beings. I'm like, what are you arguing? Whose senses are you able to see? Regardless if those senses could be misled. This is why I tell people, you're going to get the easiest part when you're around me, which is only I could really truly ask of another person is just hear me out. To me, that's genuine respect. But when they start saying shit like I agree or disagree, it's then you've deviated. You brought you in it when I just asked you just to hear me out. And I'll do the same thing. Who am I to tell you what you fucking do is right or wrong? Who am I to, when somebody says to me, Dom, does that make sense? As long as it makes sense to you, I'll hear them. You know, it's kind of looking at a beautiful tree. I'm not here to conquer the fucking thing by cutting it down. But some people will, and that's fine. If they're cutting it down, I might ask questions such as, are you using it for firewood? No, okay. But not because I really need to ask, but sometimes I do out of curiosity because it's for them to understand why they do what they do. And that's what we can do. We can be boards for each other, or mirrors in this case. Somebody can ask me, but if they're asking me knowing that they already know why they do what they do, then why the fuck are you asking me then? To share. Anyway, sorry, Axel, go ahead.
No, you're being very eloquent in the way you're bringing that across. You know, how can you relate to even, let's say, by some strange chance, there are these transdimensional beings, and in all of our arrogance, we feel that in some way we're going to be able to communicate with them rationally as the species we are. And it just so happens that these transdimensional beings are much more not only intelligent, but efficient and refined. At that point in time, not only do we become the second run on the ladder, but then we have to understand that in the grand scheme of things, there are other entities and beings out there that probably out of their own need to continue with their perpetuation and the sustaining of their species have very little to do with us just because of our nature. And at that point, what time do we start worshiping them then? Or at what point do they demand worship? So it would be, to my understanding, it's probably best that such entities, if they exist, if they don't, you know, at this point, it's just speculation. Probably not in our best interest at this point, just the same as AI, that we do not endeavor into such things, lest we become slaves, reluctant prisoner worshippers, or potential cattle to something that we couldn't even begin to compete with. But yet, somehow we feel that we have the wherewithal to stand equal. That's more illusion. That's more delusion. You know, shed that notion and understand that the extent of you as a being outside of those that can work with energy and various types of we'll call it influence, ether work, really don't have a broad spectrum of things to offer.
True. That's probably a good word. Broad, yes. A lot of people don't, or at least up to my awareness anyway. But maybe that's just where I need to be. You know, when I do meet certain people, I realize, well, maybe as that student that I think I am, I'm able to, you know, probe around other people that I could learn from and or pass back and forth. You know, it's a lot of people will worship money. In my terminology, work for money. But are they truly grateful for it and appreciate how it assists everybody else? If they lack to do that and they've been pursuing money, then why talk about a God then? You know, people will worship a God, but yet they won't be gratitude how whatever it is helps everybody else and all the other ones. Like actually, I rarely can talk to the masses that I communicate about the concept of a being. For most people, it's human, and they might say human being, but they won't grasp the idea that maybe those are two different things going at once. You know, do we just say the word human being just for the sake of saying it, or is there a human race, the beast, and then there's the being part, the essence? I'm using the word essence. But for a lot of people that I've met, I already know. I don't even have those conversations. Something's already inside of me saying, "Dom, no." You can share because there's somebody else in the room that you're probably talking to somebody else, but they're the ones that are really going to hear that. That's different. That's like when these are being recorded. I know that sometimes, if not a lot of times, the person that's hosting it outside of you, Access, and a few other hosts, I already know I'm talking past them. And I'm hoping that maybe because it's being recorded, and I'm counting on their egos to record it, that maybe future generation, which could be me again, will hear this. And then hopefully they'll listen from within and said, there's your breadcrumb. But for most people, they're not even interested in understanding how to become well off financially. Try to learn about arbitrage, learn how currency really works, understand the United Nations, understand how the fucking commerce runs church and state. What they'll do is they'll complain about the parts that have been divided. They'll defend a language that they speak, never questioning what am I defending, let alone what am I attacking. They won't do the work. They'll do some sort of work, but they won't do that type of work. And then they'll bitch and complain when they hear things across their minds. Oh, there's a thing called the Freemasons. And then they'll go on about it. I said, have you ever been in that? Have you ever studied that? No. So then why do you already have that fucking preset fucking judgment going on? That's like a person saying, Dominic, I don't like broccoli. I said, have you ever tried it before? Well, no. Have you ever talked to somebody else that you trust that says broccoli what's going to be good for you or not good for you? No. So then where do you get in that little childlike fucking attitude? So now if there is beings out there, and for whatever reason, I'm using the word reason here, should they interfere with us? Meaning that should they make themselves announced to us? Nah, they're still fucking asleep. And the ones that are somewhat semi-awake, they're going to go around thinking they're the cat's meow among the rest of them that are fucking asleep.
I like that. I like that a lot. And that kind of defines what I'm doing with this particular Rattblood radio is I'm allowing myself to resort back to the fundamentals of what originally brought me here with a clean palate and a clean slate as best that I know how. And for those that, you know, hear what we're discussing and tune out, then that's probably a good place for them. Just tune out. Because you can't obviously handle the simplicity of where to start. So how do you expect to know the complexity of being even a apprentice?
I remember actually about maybe a year ago, if not a little bit longer than that, when somebody had told me energetically that, Dom, you're actually in your student role now. I had a quick yippee. I was excited. But other people would get offended if they heard that. What do you mean I'm a student? Yeah, you're a student. What do you mean? If you're lucky if you're a student. Yeah, but I went to university. I said, that's nothing to do with fucking the school of being a student. That's just more hobbies. But I get it for the people, and I'm always willing to play the many different sides, not just fucking two sides. I get it. You want to become a doctor, you want to become a lawyer, you want to make sure you support your family, have a half decent house, take a couple of vacations, maybe have a different fucking, maybe have your funeral plot already picked out, maybe even know have enough money for your daughter or your son to get married, maybe send them to the same alma mater, the university that you went to. I get the program. That's an easy. You could tap into that. But do you literally have to experience it? Probably not. Not everybody's going to put their hands on the stove. Not everybody's going to get fucking frostbite. But some people would just know intuitively, I think I'll pass on that one. But I get it. People want to experience those things, but they'll wield it like it's a fucking weapon. Oh, okay. You know, I enjoy when I hear people that are well off and they have a very calm demeanor to them. It's the ones that fucking brag about it. It's like the spiritual realm. People start bragging about it. I said, why? You think you're that fucking important? How many fucking books are you going to have to print to avoid this fucking match that I'm going to burn them all with? How important is that information then? Especially if you understand, or not you actually, but other people understand, you're downloading that information. And then bring it into oral, like I'm doing, or other people are doing it, or written form. That's all yours if you choose to do it. If you find out that's one of your gifts, your skill sets. I can't even say skill set at that point, but it'd be a gift of some sort. You know, I get it. I can't go around telling my friends, oh, did you watch the eclipse? But I can go in these groups. They're just as much as fucking, I hate to offend the poor animal, as much as the other bunch of sheeps. Yeah, because, hey, they said it on the media, so therefore it's important. It's a pandemic. It's a reset. It's the elite. It's the Illuminati. It's Masonry. Fuck, where did we get all these words from? The same fucking program. They're not understand how to use those words and how to piece them together. And then say, how do I explain that to somebody else? Yeah, good luck, Dom. Axis is going to try. I'm going to try. A whole bunch of people in the chat are going to try. But who's it truly supposed to serve? The one that's speaking, the one that's having the thought, the one that's writing it down, the one that's astral traveling? I'm guessing at this point.
I suppose a parody to the situation is all martial arts masters were students without any type of understanding of the scope of martial arts. And even as they develop and become very proficient, they still understand and utilize the very basic fundamentals that brought them there in the first place. It may be more refined, and it may have massive amounts of discipline, but the structure and the foundation, that's what counts. That's what makes the difference. Or so it has for me.
True. We in that case actually can only be a beacon for other people that want to, be pulled to it or see it and might have the right skills to ask questions if that's important, or just have decent observation skills. If it wasn't for the certain technology that's been given to us, most people that are on these channels would not be here. It's of no interest to them. No, it would be of no interest. They might be fighting and struggling like the rest of us, hoping that maybe they can get a job landing as a peasant working for other people that have played some sort of, hoodwink game with them, saying, "Yeah, I'm going to pretend to be your king. I'll pretend to be your lord. I just won't say it out loud. I'll just say I'm your lord. I convinced your forefathers, so therefore they raised you to believe that I'm your lord," which is fine. Again, I use the word fine, meaning that, it is what it is. I'm not going to overanalyze those kind of information, because I realize I've done it enough in other areas, and I realize there's a similarity to it all. Because I have to realize it's human factors, or even human being factor, that I'm going to still have to include. If I was just a sole fucking self-absorbed fucking piece of shit that I have been in past, I could care less about anybody else at that point. Now, I did it more naively. I didn't do it consciously. But for a lot of people, they do it consciously. It's all about them. This is what I've learned. Okay, so it has nothing to do with me then. It's not as though we can interact with each other. I could be anybody. I could be your fucking pet cat. And for some people, they're just fucking lonely. And that's fine. I just hope you're not alone. But for some people, they're just lonely. They've discovered something. How do I share that with other people, whether they've done it or not? I like to share awareness. That's it, because it benefits me just as much. Hopefully, it benefits others. I'm not here to argue with people, even though they do that with me. I'm like, okay, no problem. You go right ahead. Just don't expect me to give you a fucking star at the end of the day. People get a sense of conquering when they have arguments. Got to conquer somebody. Oh, okay. Would you like a blow-up doll to conquer? Would you like me to be mute?
I've come to a wonderful compromise. I have a new rat, and we have an understanding. I've been working with this rat since I've had it, and naturally it was very timid at first until I was able to work with it and build its trust. And we had an agreement that started between me and the rat. And now I can remove the rat from the cage and put it on my shoulder, and it'll stay there. I think that's a good friendship.
Mm-hmm. Maybe that's what we do with these other entities that we don't see. Maybe we're the rat to them.
Hmm?
We got to get to know them. As much as people make it sound like as though, because you've done a talk on it, which I thought was very enjoyable, on summoning demons. Maybe that's what a rat's doing, is I'm trying to summon a human. How do I get access to like me?
Right.
Mm.
Well, I consider my rat as having a human, as opposed to, me having a rat. We kind of keep each other company, and we become symbiotic through a system of actions. And it wasn't difficult. It wasn't difficult at all. I just had to understand to compromise. And once I found that moment of compromise, then I had something to work with, which helped develop incentive. So I gave it an incentive to want to stay on my shoulder.
Mm-hmm. This is where
And to me, that's awesome.
This is where knowledge / it can be called awareness is power. If we have more knowledge or awareness than another species, that is where power, and you have to know how to wield that power. Because if not, you're going to take advantage of a bird or a rat or a cat, where no, you've been given a little bit more different types of gifts that they don't have, So you should be more responsible for them. That'll be no different if there's higher beings beyond us. They're there to be of service to us. But are we being of service to the lesser species or living beings inside of those species? No, what we'll do is we'll cage them, we'll eat them, we'll torment them. So then why wouldn't the fucking human race be treated the same fucking way? When you treat another human being with disrespect, if there is such thing as fucking karma, guess what you're gonna come back as? The same fucking people you resented. That's why when people start listening to people that are dark skinned or light skinned, I'm like, fuck, I got a sense that you guys are reverse roles. You seem like a really racist fucking person. Were you racist as a light skinned person? Yeah. Well, now you're in a dark skinned fucking form. They're not, I use the word black and white, but again, that's magic. You know, again, this is how the people that whatever's inside running them said, Dom, no, don't interfere, Dom. Why? Because I'm already dealing with this fucking dumb human. No, okay, so they're okay. There's a witness on top of you. Yes, I'm here to witness this fucking moron what they do behind closed doors. But they think for some reason, no, you know, Dom, no, I don't want cameras over me. I said, no, there's something monitoring you 24/7. Don't worry about fucking ripping into another person. You've been assigned your own fucking demon, angel, whatever you want to call it.
Yeah, you carry it in your hand.
Mm-hmm.
A lot of people sit in front of it for hours on end. Used to be a TV, now it's upgraded itself a little more interactively, but same thing. That's why it bothers me when I see people on these computers and on these phones, and they have no understanding of how they function and how they operate. They do not understand chipsets. They do not understand RAM. They do not understand operating systems. They do not understand the hardware or the software. But yet they feel that they're entitled to just, with all abandon aside, to endeavor into this thing. Well, that to me is some real entitlement. That's like driving a fucking car without knowing how to fix it or operate it or even having proper driving skills. They go about as far as their keyboard and their mouse and a few select programs that they might be able to operate, which are now apps, user-friendly. And that's the extent of what they know about computers and smartphones and tablets. It really just, it shouldn't, but it aggravates me.
Well, to be fair to most of us, part of the system, the schooling system, our forefathers, whether through religion or state, it's really limited us. So it would only resonate when somebody starts thinking, you know, why aren't people really fully understanding totally how to use a computer or a car, you know, or the foods that we eat. So I know for myself, I dab in areas. If somebody starts pushing back me a little bit, I said, I'm the wrong person to ask at that point. Why? Because I don't specialize in those areas. And now I've met some people such as yourself, Axis, that you probably are quite informed in a lot of areas. My wife is very similar that way. I know that that's not me, but I know enough to at least hear other people. But for some people, if they feel as though that that's of no interest to them, I say, okay, if it's truly of no interest, then why are you saying shit like you agree or disagree? If you're truly not interested in that shit, those words shouldn't be coming out of your mouth. And if it is, then you're being a little bit of a fibber. Again, that's something inside saying that note this information, because some people, it might not serve them, but if you note it, it might serve somebody else down the road. It could be your children, it could be your wife, it could be your husband, it could be your grandmother, it could be your parents. But unfortunately, everybody has, for some reason or another, think that they need to be a gatekeeper for information. It's not yours to own. It's yours to pass forward, share, ponder it, play with it a little bit, like it's fucking plasticine. It's like playing with one of those bugs that have the illuminate or whatever. You could play with them a little bit, but if you squeeze them in your hand long enough, you might kill the poor creature. And that's what people do with information. They kill it with their shit. And I know I'm over harping on this. Is this moronic? I fucking agree or disagree. My likes and dislikes. When did you become fucking gatekeepers of information in any form? Information preaching come in many forms, action or verbal. The written part is just because we're in immortal form. If we were immortal, we wouldn't need fucking written form. We would be fucking orally talking about it because there's more sounds and frequency. Actually, sounds and frequency only comes through the oral. It doesn't come through fucking written work unless you're scribbling, and then of course that's hand gestures.
Or an even more profound way of communicating that we don't even comprehend.
Valid point, Axis, yes. Again, this is where a lot of things are afterthoughts. Literally afterthoughts, whether it's written or orally. But for some people, they can download it before it even gets to afterthoughts. It could be in thoughts. This is why some people used to do certain mind-altering stuff, and then next thing you know, they're getting all kinds of downloads. Some people use the word downloads, or they're intuitively, or they're channeling it. And then they're just sharing it. What other people do, that's why I say what other people do, that's on them. They want to embody that information, so be it. So be it. Not do it, be it. Now, if you want to manifest it and do something with it, okay, fill your boots. Put on some fucking boots, go fill it. It's
Sorry, John. It's an interesting observation for me to see how people reveal themselves so astutely as to where and what channels they go to. Since I brought up the reformation of the cult of Axis, I was scrolling through the local streets of the old YouTube, and suddenly I'm seeing all these names with cult in them, just almost overnight. And I remember when this whole situation was a thing at one time, and those were a lot of the people that were putting the cult in their name, which allowed me to know that whether they admit it or not, they're paying astute attention to this channel, because somebody's putting my view counts up, and I don't think it's all bots. Are you still with us, Dom? Are you on? Are you muted?
Yeah, I'm here, Axis.
Okay. I didn't know if you were muted or. But it was just an observation, and if they were efficient predators, they wouldn't do anything. They would put nothing to associate themselves with the content of this channel, if that's the way they're trying to present themselves, which is what it seemed to be. Just a sidebar bit of information.
Well, actually, I think we're always going to get people, whether through speech or through written, it's going to be plagiarizing, I guess, to a certain point. But I guess it depends. I know you enjoy what you share and you put a lot of effort in it, and so you could probably ask a little bit more than what other people do. And other people, it's whoever wants to take that information, it's been shared. You know, whether they want to. It'll be like if all of a sudden guys like Jesus or Socrates, let's say they existed, and all of a sudden they come back and people say, "Oh, wait a second here, that's not the way I said it." I said, "Yeah, but it was written down, and by who?" You know, that's why some people just don't write things down, because they know it could easily be skewed. You know, whether it's been skewed by the person that's the scribe, let alone the scholar. You know, if somebody gets information intuitively, my response is it's going to be through intuition you're going to be able to receive it. So you're just passing it forward. But if a person is very scholarly and they're having a conversation that received information very intuitively, those are two different ways how to receive information. Now, if the one person notes it and down the road they become very intuitive, or vice versa, the person is very intuitive will say, okay, I will have to use one of my other hemispheres to be very scholarly to receive that information. Hence the perception and reception person. You know, you have to receive it with the way you received it is the way you're going to perceive it. So if you're going to understand something, you literally understand it, and then you're with somebody else and they're communicating and they understood what they got it from, then it'll be received.
Yeah, it's not even a sense of when it comes to that. It's not so much a sense of pledgery, or it's not a sense of infringement. It's a sense of, if you're going to put cult in your name, then shouldn't you have one at least? I mean, all good cult leaders usually have a cult, don't they? So they're implying something to their name that they may not even have. A cult. Then they have sympathist to their metaversal endeavors, but do they truly have a functioning cult? I do.
Well, you have a leader follower relationship. Hopefully that person or these bunch of people, they have that relationship within themselves. But for most situations, especially dogmas, there is a very cult behavior. Somebody will lead with information or prestige or whatever, and a bunch of people will follow. They might not question it; they'll just follow, blindly. You have those blind cult leaders, and you have those blind followers, and then you have ones that are pretty aware that I get something out of it, and the followers might be the same way. I know I get something out of it. I get comfort. It's like gangs. Gangs are cults.
Yes.
You know, it's just, again, it goes back to when people hear the word Rosicrucian, there's that quick response that tells a lot about them. Are you reactive or you have the ability to respond? Because if you're able to respond by noting it and then maybe respond back, then you know you're accountable. But for a lot of people, they don't realize in a lot of areas of their lives, not right across the board, but a lot of areas of their lives or their existence, we're very reactive, quick to judge. Well, then how's that benefit? Especially when tomorrow will be some other situation. Were you there in the moment when you were doing that judgment? Then you should be able to realize tomorrow, even though you applied it yesterday that way, the scenario might be different. And it could be many situations. The way the fucking luminaries are, the way you're standing, what you ate, how you slept, many variations to it. But for most people, they want to be in control of every situation where it clearly shows they're not even in fucking control of their vessel. If they truly were honest with the self. No, it's beyond the waking state's responsibility to function their vessel. They'll feed it, they'll be able to drive it, move it around, and then have the illusion that I'm in another form, in this case a car, but you're still in that vessel. Do you remember when you were in the shower? You were still in that vessel. Do you remember when you were in your clothes? You were still in that vessel. When did you ever leave that vessel? For a lot of people, if they're honest with themselves, Dom, I can't say I do astral traveling. I don't do remote viewing, so I'm still in this vessel. Yes, there's the illusion. You think you're outside of it by looking outside of those two little fucking BB little eyes. That doesn't mean you're over there. But Dom, nobody can trick me. I'm like, fuck, I just told you something you're probably unaware of. But then you'll see somebody quickly defend it and say, you just revealed something to me and I wasn't even looking for it. But thank you. I'll just put that as a check mark. Gullible, cult boy, cult girl. But you're in good company. So what? Because I'm just aware that I have variations of cults. Anybody who says that they're not in a cult is full of shit. They just don't know it yet.
I'll give you a bit of nostalgia. I set out a few years ago to join a cult because I had depleted and exhausted most of my resources for being able to infiltrate religions and social clubs and such forth. So I figured, well, shit, let me check into some of these cults. And maybe that would be a whole new resource of information that I could look into. Wasn't a fucking cult one would have me, Dom. So I had to start my own.
Well, there's little rituals you got to do in certain people's cults.
Oh, okay. Well, I don't require that.
You have the non-thinking cults. You have the thinking cults. There's the clever cults. There's the wise cult, but it's still a cult.
We just
go ahead.
We just share information.
Mm-hmm. For some people, it's just what you're designed in. I've had conversation. All of a sudden, hold on, we can't talk around you. What do you mean? Well, you're a man. Fuck, I'm in a human form. I'm in a man form. I forgot all about it. Sorry, guys. Or Dom, you're European. I'm like, you're telling me more about you than you're telling me about me. What do you mean? If you ask me, do I identify myself that I'm this vessel? No. But they've already told me, Dom, you're European. I said, so therefore they must think they are what they are. It's like when somebody says to me, Dominic, how old are you? I said, well, how old do you think you are? And if they give me an age, I said, then you must think you're the vessel then. So you're in a cult, you just don't know it yet. That's the catch. They don't know it. But let's say they do know it. Now you can say, okay, now you've got away from belief systems. Now you're in knowledge. Do you want to start applying wisdom and understanding to that information? Because for most people, they'll live in existence in belief systems and then maybe scratch the surface in knowledge. This is what this age is presenting, knowledge. I'm giving you wisdom and understanding. That's something you have to work with. Even back in the other ages where people had belief systems, dogmas. Dare not ask a person, how does commerce work? How does religion work? Who's this character named Jesus? What was his teachings? Because I can believe in ideals, meaning that I can believe in a guy named Jesus, but I don't know who he is. What does he stand for? Well, he's dead. So then what was the teachings written about him? Why? I don't give a shit who wrote the teachings. What was the teachings? Love thy neighbor. Okay, so if I've never left the vessel, who's my neighbor then? Interesting. Now I'm playing with words, and I'll use as a, and you know me, Access. I'll use this as the base to be full of fucking shit. How many people are going to be honest with themselves and say to themselves, "Am I full of shit?" I said, it's when you start realizing you are full of shit, because shit does have its purpose. We like to joke about that, but again, most people aren't humble enough. They'll quickly say, "I'm the most amazing person. I know everything." You know, fuck all. You just don't know it yet. But let's say you do. I'll even entertain the idea. Let's say you do. How does that serve you? There's been many people in this realm that have fucking hoodwinked people to thinking that I'm a king or I'm a president. I'm important. You're all gonna fucking meet the same fucking inevitable. You're going to probably eventually bounce out of that fucking vessel. Some people say they'll die. Other people say you move on. Again, we're speculating. Somebody tells me they're going to heaven. I say, okay, what's heaven? The clouds? Is that where you go? You go to hell. Where's that? Under earth? What is that? Again, I'm willing to entertain ideals. But it's when people say that I have the answer, get the fuck out of here. Why? You don't need to be around me if you have all the answers.
I guess also that can be in a reverse perspective is the only reason people are afraid of Satan or the devil is because what? He's harmful. He's malevolent. Well, you know what? I can't name one person in scripture that the devil actually killed. It's more attributions to another stigmata. Nice place to hide forbidden knowledge, I guess.
No, around the most of us, in a lot of areas of our life, we're consciously ignorant. It's not really hard to hide that Easter egg. We'll just put it in plain sight. They're not going to notice it, and if they do, they're not going to understand or comprehend it. They'll say, "Oh, that's it. It's always been there. We don't know what that golden sword is doing there. It's just there." Make it a mystery, and then people will make up some story around it. Access.
Yes, they do.
I do it to myself, so I can't see why it would be any different when I hear other people talk. I'm like, that resonates with me. What do you mean, Dom? They sound like they're full of shit, and that's why it resonates, because I already know I'm full of shit. So when it's other people that turn around and say, Dom, I think that guy's intelligent. That's not the energy I'm getting. I'm getting a flushing motion with that person.
Overconfident about their ignorance.
Yeah. And then there's times actually I'm around people. I've heard you and Max talk. I'm like, fuck, I can learn so much more. I'm in awe. But I don't always say it openly because I know enough to keep quiet and because it's not about me, where I'm like, And when I say it's not about me, it's not about me to have to put airwaves out there. I know I can be in silence. I'm like, two human beings are sharing what they've put a lot of effort into, and I appreciate that. But that's me. Where other people, they're not interested in that. They want to look for that next, you said something harmful to me, so now I'm going to be vengeful. And that is a pattern with people. You know, maybe that might be the serpent in the garden. Very vengeful, quiet but vengeful. Where other people, they got to be very noisy and vengeful. You're not even good at being vengeful. Vengeful is when you're quiet and discreet about it.
Well, that's why people who get away with crimes get away with crimes.
So true. Yeah. The ones that get caught aren't good at it.
No, not at all.
And there's even a crime at that point to them. Same with people that do good deeds. They just don't need to openly talk about it. You might just be in that moment to get to see it. That's a rarity. But more times than not, people that are doing very kind deeds, they're not going to say, well, I donate to charity. I said, no, you're full of shit. Get the fuck out of here.
Yeah, if you're gonna plant seeds, it's probably best not to let the crows know where you're putting them.
Once again, actually, great statement. I love it. It's always good when somebody says, oh, I'm helping the homeless. I said, okay, so do you know how homelessness people come to be? Well, no, not really. I said, okay, so do you pick up garbage that you see in the middle of the street? Well, why would I do that? I said, then why would you be telling me that you help the homeless?
Yeah, more prideful gloating and at the sake of somebody else.
Now,
I try to move as silently as possible in either way, whether I'm doing good or evil, just because it's more effective.
I share this because I'm been in these kind of, we'll call them this metaverse. I don't really get that. I rarely get it in my, we'll call it the physical outside of the metaverse, because I've dealt with that for myself. Before, when I was finding myself attracted, it's because I had to hone in for myself some of the spots that I didn't realize my own hypocrisy. Where other people, if you're still seeing that occur all the time, it's because that person's reflecting or projecting what you're still doing in other areas. When I see people, the way they talk on metaverse and some of these channels, can't say right across the board, where they don't see their own hypocrisy. And they try to mask it by pointing fingers to others. I said, how does that serve you? Now, let's say the other person benefits from it. Thank you very much. But how does it serve you now? You know, so these people that talk about helping people or serving people, I said, you're saying it openly, aimlessly to a whole bunch of people in the chat, in the panel. So how does it serve? I can say that right now as I'm doing it. How does it serve? And might take weeks, months, years to realize. I'm glad at least I went through. And then that's why I say, I just didn't realize at the time I was full of shit.
We have. I definitely want to give a shout out to Mac, Fools and Tools, Chris. It's great to have you guys here. And we've got another one. She's just got a little bit of a longer name, but she seems to be very verbal in her comments and in the chat. And I do appreciate that. Origins of beginnings attainment. She's made her presence known here recently, and I definitely wanted to address her and let her know that I have recognized her presence. And some guy named Dominique who keeps showing up here. I don't know who the hell this guy is, but man, he's boisterous.
It's a goof. You know, I'd actually do him a big favor. You should ban that Yahoo.
Yeah, I'm going to get rid of this Axis guy. He's obnoxious, and then I'm going to go straight for this Dominique dude and get him off this channel, man.
You take care of Dominic. Dominic or whatever he goes by. It's probably a Canadian. I'll take care of Axis.
Beautiful, man.
It's all fun, buddy. You know that is. Yeah.
Yeah, it's good to have a little humor that isn't at somebody else's expense. I don't need to drag the already crippled and beat down on my platform and turn them into a 2-hour spectacle just because I don't have the intelligence to give enough content out of my own head or my own experiences to keep someone entertained. I think it's a shortcut to thinking.
I think for like, take a grain of salt to studies, but a lot of business fail not because of not enough finance, whatever, just not enough. Are you good?
Yeah.
Take your time. You okay, Axis?
Yeah, it went down the wrong pipe. Oh.
For some people, it's when businesses start growing, that's where some companies fail, if not a lot of them. They're just not planning. So I can't see why it would not be any difference when people have channels. A lack of planning, you know, taking what other people have done that are successful, opposed to just, you know, I know I do it anyway, but then again, I don't have a channel where you put a lot of effort. I know Max puts a lot of effort in his channels from what I perceive it. Same with what you're doing, where other people is kind of like winging it, and that could be their demise because as their channel grows, they're going to have to rely on winging it as it grows, and sometimes it grows too big that they can't handle it, and then they end up settling for, let me just restream somebody. Let's talk about yesterday's news. Like how many people would watch news channels if they keep repeating the same thing over and over again months later? I know some people do that, but most of them wouldn't succeed. Unless you've got a whole bunch of people sedated, then that channel succeeds. But it's also revealing that your consumers are sedated. So how's that an accomplishment? It's usually the ones that are somewhat aware that'll pay for the effort that that person puts in. The ones that are sedated, they're not going to pay you. That's why most of these YouTube channels have to be monetized, because they realize if they counted, if YouTube had a count on the contenters, whatever they're presenting as contents, that they're going to supplement themselves, no, most of them would be fucking dead in a month. So, and especially the ones I like to talk about, you know, fighting the system as they're using the same system that monetizes it. Quite the hypocrisy. They're just unaware of it. And the ones that are, I said, now you're just being fucking constantly aware, being ignorant. You're better off showing cat videos or dog videos then at that point, or talking about how people try to skateboard fucking and wrapping their nuts against a pole. At least that's entertainment at somebody else's expense, obviously. If pets could complain, they would turn around and say, so am I getting a cut of all of this entertainment you get from me?
Where's my YouTube channel?
Can I have some parrots come on my channel, as a cat would want that? Why? I just want them to be on the panel. So I can, hey, Max.
Howdy, Max. Good to see you this evening.
Good to see you too. Yeah, I want to drop in to say that everybody has had a rough week, physically or emotionally. It's been since Sunday. In my area, they ramped up the radiation on Sunday, so a lot of people felt it on Monday, and then they were hitting again today. So those of you feeling the effects, it's important to realize that the effects are not you. The anger, whatever you're feeling, it's being projected onto you. And this, I hope this helps people fight back and not be subject to the emotional turmoil and physical turmoil that they're trying to put on us right now. I did a show earlier today because I saw people having like near breakdowns around me. So just be aware that this is not you, and to know that is to be able to take control.
Right. And I appreciate that information, Max. And that was well needed information. I went ahead and went on a binge because it became so overwhelming and overbearing. I even told Dom in a private chat, I was like, there's some strange ass energies coming through. And the best I could attribute it to was the sun, because apparently it's doing some
It's
pretty
measurable.
funky
It was
things.
measurable in the global. There's global wireless. You hook up to the ElectroSmart app. Yeah, the global wireless is like the high up, the stuff above us, whether it be a drone or a plane or satellite or whatever. That's the stuff above you, and they hit us with that a lot. And they'll even go down to hitting you with your own modem too. So, but they ramped up the energy on Sunday, and then they did it again today.
Okay.
So
that
the effects
explains
would be
a lot.
Yeah. Yeah, I did a show today because I knew that other people were going to feel that, so I wanted to explain to them what was happening, because a lot of people are going. There's even some death happening from this as well. It's
I have
unfortunate.
no doubt. I really, Max, I have no doubt, because at this point, it's hitting me to the point where I, like I said, I'm on a binge right now.
Yeah.
And I'm
Yeah,
setting me.
Yeah, we have to self-medicate sometimes. That's understandable. Not the best for us, but it's what we do. You know, we got to make it
Well,
through.
I don't want to hurt anybody, Max.
Yeah.
And the way that things were amplifying, and I had reached my threshold with tolerance, where generally I've got a much higher threshold. And I was like, okay, this
Yeah,
ain't
they
right.
also
And
did
then,
an interesting thing too. Was they dropped it, like what they'll do sometimes is they'll drop it down for a while to a really low level, and then increase it back up because that shocks the system. But for about 2 hours the other day, my vision was perfect. I could have
really?
read, yeah, I could have read micro writing on the backs of, those pill bottles. Yeah,
Wow.
yeah.
I just know, I feel like, I've had damn near a mental ass beating.
Yeah, a lot of people have. My wife went through quite, and some of my viewers have gone through some mental trauma over the past week. Sleep problems, pains, you name it. Like it runs the gamut, of effects. So you're not alone at all. I was actually going to do a show on Tuesday about Sunday night because on Monday I saw the effects on people. So, but I held off until tonight. I don't know why. I should have probably done it on Tuesday. But yeah, no, I should do that now. I should actually catch up and just catch these energy things as they happen. That way people know it's not them.
Right. Very fortunately, my health care, they come in the mornings and at night.
Mm-hmm.
And the only time I've got to myself is very late night and a few hours during the day.
Yeah.
And there's such a pleasant energy to have around that I didn't want. I didn't want to subject them to my erratic state of mind at all. And luckily, she was extremely understanding of it, and she's an energy worker.
Yeah.
I took me a long time to get this one, but definitely want to keep her, and she's such a reinforcement and positive energy to have around that her vibration just ain't bothering her a bit.
Yeah.
You know, she's
I have
so
something. I
so.
have some new information that I'd like to share with you, but I have to go for one moment. I have to do something. I'll be back in one moment.
Sure, Max. Sure. It's always a pleasure having Max here. Um, he's always a welcome guest, and he has a remote viewing channel, and we'll have him drop his link because I suggest that anybody that deals with remote viewing and even energy and frequencies, he's very on top of his game, and he is an absolute massive resource for information for people that are affected by frequencies, um, energies, vibrations, and some of the more modern silent warfare that's being waged. So, it's real beneficial to anyone in that arena to definitely check Max out and definitely check his channel out. Let's see if I can get his link up there. And it's always a pleasure having him here. Okay. Now let's track him down and see if we can't put a link to his channel. And I can't emphasize enough how beneficial Max's channel is to people that are endeavoring or are affected by energies and frequencies. Hey, where is he at? Mm-hmm. Here we go.
Axis, I'm gonna let you guys go. I'm gonna go into the chat for a bit before I doze off. Enjoy yourself.
Dom, thank you. It has been an absolute pleasure having you here this evening. I think that what transpired here in some synchronous, in the grand scheme of things, was meant to be. I just got a certain positive energy about it. And I thank you. I thank you so much, Don.
Vice versa. Thanks, Texas. Enjoy, Max. If you, I'll say bye to him when I'm on chat. Ciao, guys.
All right. Take care, Don. Uh, Thank you. No, I appreciate that. You're quicker to the draw than I was. All right. Yeah, Chris, I think you'll really enjoy Max's vibe, man. He's real chill. He's laid back, and he's got a great show and a great channel, and there is so much that he offers there. Uh,
Hey, where'd Dom go?
he he's going to stay in the chat for a bit before he retires for the night,
Oh,
but
okay.
he is in the chat.
I heard your great praise there. Thank you. You make my head big.
Max is just the truth, man. You have a lot to offer, and when you come here, you have a lot to offer, and I'm going to give credit where credit is due.
Thank you. So here's the interesting thing. You were mentioning about feeling good when your nurses came, and recently I heard of something, a new technique for combating the logging in on the human body, which is called piloerection, which basically comes out to giving yourself goosebumps. And that really, when you said you felt good when the nurses were there, do they give you goosebumps?
Yeah, sometimes when she's coming across
Yeah.
with her
So
expression,
so
she's a,
yeah. So
yeah.
I've been practicing this technique of piloerection, which is basically giving yourself goosebumps. And I can say that while I'm doing it, it does seem to have a good effect. So
Oh,
that might be something to think about. And turn off my image there.
yeah. She's a highly educated world traveler who wound up experiencing some of the worst trials and tribulations that life can dish out, and pulled
Yeah.
herself back together. And she says very profound things. And when
So
she's in that
she gives you
state,
goosebumps every once in a
yes,
while, eh?
yes,
Yeah, there you go. Okay. So it's falling in line, you know. I've been practicing this technique for attempting to give yourself goosebumps for a week or so. I'm not very good at it. Like that shiver down your spine you feel. That's kind
yes.
of similar to it, I think, or the feeling after you finish a pee, that electric feeling running down the body.
Mm-hmm.
So this is supposed to be the type of feeling that we get when we deny access to our bodies from from the Wi-Fi. So when they're trying to log into your body, this is the hard part of it. Realizing when they're trying to log into you. I guess you would have to feel some physical or mental effects, right, to realize that they are trying to log into you, and then perform piloerection. But I guess practicing it on a constant basis would be good, because it kind of seems to be something that like feels good, but it also seems to kind of incorporate the pineal, because when you do it, and I have had it happen to me a couple times. I'm not very good at it, and I can't do it on command as much as I would want to. But what it feels like is almost the pineal seeping. You know, have you ever felt like Christic oil go down your spine?
Yeah, and I mostly attribute like the goosebumps and the shiver to involuntary, um, acts of the body. Didn't I know they serve their function, but I suppose with the right type of discipline and practice, you could just like breathing.
Yeah, so what
It's meant.
piloerection does is it changes the charge on your skin, and it reverses it so that when they're trying to log in, they can't.
Okay,
No, I'm not.
so kind of
As I
like
say, I'm not very good at it, but it does seem to have some effect for a short period of time while you're doing it. Um, yeah, yeah, Chris, sure, yeah, something like that, I guess, for some people. Um, we were discussing symptoms of what was happening today, like anxiety, because I don't get anxiety myself. What it When other people feel anxiety, what I feel like my wife gets anxiety, I feel like a hollowness in my stomach. You know, for her that expands into an emotional feeling. So yeah, crawl out of the skin kind. Yeah, yeah. Um, so those were some of the
great
effects that people were
information.
feeling. You know. So I don't know if it's helpful, but
Yes,
it's you know it's something. You know.
I think that's awesome information, Matt. Appreciate you sharing that because now I'm going to incorporate that as an endeavor. Um,
Mm. Well,
I'll use this.
your experience kind of backed it up. You know, when you said yeah, crawl out of this. Well, more the shiver down the spine feel. I think, Chris, that would be the feeling I go. For me, what I try to practice, it's almost like tensing up the base of your skull. That's what I found kind of gives you that, you start that shiver at the base of your skull and it goes down your spine.
You're married, right, Max?
Yeah.
Well, have you ever had somebody gently rub their fingernails just just below the neck and it gives you that shiver?
Yeah. Yeah. Yeah.
Couldn't you use that as kind of a trigger
I
technique,
guess maybe a physical trigger. That's a great idea.
and then proceed with that as a starting point, and then develop it to the point where you can mentally simulate that same stimulus?
Yeah. With repetition, you would build like a memory muscle of it. That's a great
Yeah,
idea. I'm gonna ask my wife to do that. Yeah. You could almost do that to yourself too. Um,
that's what I was thinking. Is if
I'm
you
just
could.
trying it now. Probably not as good as having somebody else do it, but yeah, maybe. I don't know. I'll have to work on that.
It's a start. It's a place to start rather than just jumping in with both feet, hoping for a developed reaction. You can at least build up from that focal point.
Yeah, see, that happens, Chris, with the solar flares. Um, any type of excess radiation causes like an anxiety type feeling. And in some people, it causes anger. It just depends on how you react to it. Um, you know. But yeah, that's exactly right. You're exactly right on that.
Yeah, Chris is just sub to your channel too. He's Chris goes back with me a long ways, and he is definitely one that has endeavored to persevere, and he's just as kind as the day is long.
Yeah.
And that's all
Glad
he
to
asks
meet you,
for
Chris.
in return. Yeah, he's good people. I vouch for him.
Yeah.
Definitely. It's the same as I vouch for you.
Yeah, I don't even want to know any of the shit that I know now. I really don't want to know. Fuck it. But I have to know. Now I have to know because it's basically war. That's they're attacking me and my friends, and I just want to run a remote viewing class. That's all I wanted to do, man. Hi, Don.
Yeah, we've got some really good people in the chat tonight. Really good people.
Yeah. Yeah, positive feeling goosebumps. Yes. This is logging concept. Lagging concept. I've never considered so much in how you explain it. Yeah, it's new to me, Chris. This is um like when the pandemic happened, Chris, I um had experience with electromagnetic radiation, but I actually had downloaded an app, and when the pandemic happened and I saw the spike in radiation, I knew something was up, right? And recently I've learned that they're actually logging into our bodies, which just freaks me out and pisses me off to no end, you know? So, and the fact that, other people are suffering physical and mental effects from all this shit, that even makes me even angrier.
Here's one I just recently found out. I don't know how well this will serve you, but um, you know, because I'm half indigenous, melanated skin seems to be a better transmitter uh, for their frequencies and their signals. I
Well,
did not
that
know that.
actually might be a bonus, or it might suck.
Yeah,
If it is a better transmitter, it might bleed off the energy better, which means that you might not suffer as many negative effects. Me, I act as a freaking circuit breaker, so
right. You and I both. I think we both
yeah,
kind of come to terms on that one together. We were like, "Oh shit, man, we're not,
yeah,
we're not alone." We were definitely able to solidify each other's experience with what's
yeah.
going on and factualize it.
hmm Yeah, my earlier show tonight was really well. It had like many purposes, but confirming to the people that I've been talking to about this that really this week, this week they've been after you really bad. Okay, so give yourself a little bit of grace. There's been a lot of death this week, unfortunately, and I think that's an effect of it. But yeah, knowing that it's not you is so key. Oh man, lost my thought.
No, I always look before I look to it being a physical health problem that is internalized. I generally check myself to see if it's an external uh, attack or I'm being
Yeah,
externally stimulated before I
yeah,
start doing internal treatments.
yeah. That's where I was going with that because now I'm getting a community of people. Like I've got a community of people at work that understand what's going on. I've got a community at home, and I've got a community online that understands. So I've got from the micro to the macro scale view of what's going on, and it seems to be on a broad scale. And Chris, you are right. The solar flares do have a huge effect on that. But another thing that has a huge effect on it is when they bring up these new systems. Actually, do you want to share a screen for a moment? Here's something cool. You might
I can
find
give you,
ironic.
yeah, I can give you center screen. Not a problem.
We don't have to read the paper. But it's really interesting, the title.
Yeah, I'm on mobile devices. It's for my own protection.
Yeah. Keep an old one. Use an old one.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, I've got an old 4G that I'm running as
Yeah.
my main right now.
Eventually it'll be unavoidable, but every phone in the future now will probably have 5G steerable technology, which is a horror.
Right. But as backdated as I can stay with still applicable technology is where I try and keep myself.
Yeah, it'll be unavoidable at some point. Yeah, you're not share the other screen.
Let me see what I can.
Can you see it?
No, is there a certain way that I can get to it? I did the
Okay, let me do it through my phone then. Hold on. Just leave it there the way it is.
Oh, okay. Hold on, let me put you back then.
Oh, no. Put it back up. Let me see here.
Okay.
I'll just do it through my camera. Bookmarks.
Yeah, I choose to stay on mobile devices because I've had when I've been
I'm having trouble
online.
with that. I'll just read it to you.
Sure. Sure, that's
Corona.
fine.
Yeah, I'll just read a short bit of it. So the title of it is Corona, a coordinate and routing system for nano networks.
Wow.
That's really all you need to know. The abstract is really telling, though. Let's see, where's one we did? Corona requires a minimal setup, overhead, and simple integrated integer-based calculations only. Once deployed, it operates efficiently, yielding a very low packet retransmission and interference rate, promoting energy efficient and medium multiplicity. Let's see, where's the interesting part here? Anyways, I'll post that for anyone who wants to read it.
Yeah, just throw the link in the chat down there. You know I don't mind that.
That's a pretty good document.
Yeah, I would definitely be interested in it.
A little disturbing, but
yeah, most of this information is, but what I was saying was I went on live streams with my laptop, and I've had shit disappear out of my laptop. So I learned real quick that they can get into the trusted user, and I've even shut that down, and they can still somehow, and it was certain information that disappeared, not just random information. This was specified information.
yeah, that link that I just shared with you actually was deleted from my bookmarks.
Wow.
I had to go search it up again, bookmark it, and yeah. So
Yeah,
that's
they're getting notorious about the invasion of you don't have privacy no more, man. I'm sorry.
No, you
There
don't.
just
No.
doesn't, you know, it's just not feasible to even think you do. What about?
Yeah, that's right, Chris. You should look up, metamaterials. Oh my God. Oh my God. There's actually a company that'll produce them and sell them here. Yeah. Let me show you. Well, we can't share that, but metamaterials. I did a show of the various technology that Metamaterials Inc. has. They basically have like holographic film you can use over people, over things, over stuff. Like it is insane what they actually have created.
I have no doubt.
Let me put in a link for the company, and you guys can take a look at what they have available.
Sure.
This is what they're allowing the public to purview. Like, I don't know if this is true, but I'm going to search into this. They claim that they've had AI since the 50s.
Okay.
And that would make sense because if they had to run the Lily wave through the wiring in our houses, the Lily wave is an emotional feedback system, basically.
So yeah, that's the 60 cycle.
Yeah.
Right?
Yeah, because our brains are on 60 cycles. They record your emotional state and feed back the ones they want, which are usually the negative. But in order to do that, they probably needed an artificial intelligence or a supercomputer of some type. And they've been doing that since the 70s. Now, they could just broadcast a negative emotional state, and that would work just as well. But it does seem like they personalize it on some level.
This is how I've determined that I think they're personalizing to infiltrate. Take something like I hate using this as a reference, but Christians.
Sure.
Christians have a belief system and an indoctrination. If they ride that particular pattern or that particular brainwave, they can slide right in under the radar. All they got to do is find out what your interest is. If it's porn, they can slide in right,
yeah,
with intrusively without you even knowing they're there, because you're not registering anything abstract because you're already detoured.
Yeah, really, any one of the 7 sins, right?
Mm-hmm.
They can slide in on any one of those.
Yeah, I was thinking that because when I clear my mind and I try and reach that meditative state of just generalized meditative state of being empty, a clean slate, I can generally pick up on certain things. Now I hear a lot of noise, a lot of fucking noise where there was none before. And the more that I become still and quiet, the more pronounced it's becoming. And I'm like, shit, man. If this is what's in the background, then when I'm thinking, that's riding those same thought patterns without intrusively, without me knowing.
Mm-hmm.
So that means they're getting straight into the synaptic workings of the brain and the chemicals.
Yeah, they're really trying to, desperately. Yeah, I don't know how far they've gotten with that, really. They're trying to put particles in us so that they can do that, but I don't know how successful they've been at it, because they really want us to line up and take medications, and that's not happening.
No, there was
and they're dropping it from the skies, putting it in the water, food, and I don't know if it's enough. I don't think it's enough. That's what I think.
Yeah, they would have to really saturate the shit out of us over kind of an extended period, or they would have to have some type of burst of energy to amplify that particular wave.
Well, that's to do it in a nuanced way. That's to do it in a nuanced way, right? If they want to take control of the machine. If they just want to destroy the machine, that's readily available to them. Like they could.
Oh yeah.
You know, they want to play. You know.
Well, we know what 30 millimeter waves can do from a 5G tower, so their ability to, take us out is not even a question now. That's more than feasible, and that is military technology put into civilian infrastructure.
Yeah, we ought to put breakers on those things, so they can't pump out enough energy to do that.
Right.
Even like because they're going to blame whatever on hacking or whatever, right? But if those securities are in place, like those breakers, so that they can't pump that amount of energy through that device, that would stop it. But I don't know. We're kind of on the losing end of that at the moment. But let's we know about it now. Let's make some noise.
Oh, I intend to, and that's what I keep this platform reserved for. Is if you have a useful, functional skill or a set of resourceful tools that can be applied to your safety or even your state of well-being, yes, definitely, bring it to the platform. I will make sure that I get it out there until they don't allow me to.
Ride the wave.
Yeah.
Yeah, it doesn't work.
Make noise. Never? Yeah. Oh, I make some noise. It's just not appreciated.
You gotta make your own wave. Yeah, make some noise. Make noise, never. Chris, you have a show. Can you put your link in chat there so I can sub you up?
Yeah, absolutely, Chris. I apologize.
Let me
Horrible
see.
etiquette on my behalf.
I think I can get you there. Go to channel. There we go. All right. You do content, do you? 13 hours ago. Well, awesome. All right. I'm on board.
Yeah, he does custom design
probably
kind of memes and illustrations, and
the insanity machine. Love it.
Yeah, he's got a neat little thing going for himself, and he works many platforms too.
Cool.
So he's a great resource for information on if you want to break into some other platform.
He has risen.
Excellent.
Cool. I hope you bitch about a lot of stuff there, Chris. I love a good ragging show. You know, that's pretty much what I did tonight. It was just a big bitch session. But I was pretty
Well,
mad about what they were doing, so, you know.
yeah, you got your right. I mean, you've got every right to be. I think everybody does at
Yeah.
this point.
Oh, like, okay, so anybody out there that's having trouble with the energies that they're feeling and stuff, I've made several devices. This is one of the coolest, I think. It's a grounding device with the negative pole of a battery attached to. So this might help you if you're having negative effects from it.
Let me
I've lost
put you center stage here
like
so that they
five
can.
teeth out of my face. They just wiggled out of my damn head until I figured out how to ground with a battery. So
There you go.
I would suggest this to anybody. So it's basically just wrapped around with the. You can see how that piece of copper is bent in to touch the negative pole. This has stopped my teeth from falling out, which is pretty amazing for me because I spent years in pain. So
Yeah, we discussed some of the tragic effects that those frequencies and have had on you. I mean, mine's been not so much the teeth, but the bones. Definitely the effects of excessive energy, just because I'm so receptive to energies,
yeah,
and it just makes it hell.
yeah. Well, the thing is too, like, you know, they say what kills you doesn't make you stronger, but unfortunately, the converse is real unless you can go for an actual like healing session. Is that once you've been like electrocuted to a certain level, you just become sensitive to it, which is unfortunate. Doesn't seem to get better. You know?
No, not
Um,
no.
I'll show you something, guys. Hold on 1 second here. I'll be right
It's a
back.
battery, Fools and Tools. He's got a look like a double A battery hooked up to the copper bracelet, and he's got it grounded out on the copper. Right, I understand that, Fools and Tools. I used to think what an incredible gift I had, and then as time went on and I learned to develop it, I said, what a wonderful curse I got with this.
So this is a device I made that really helps. It was based on just something I heard about Morgellons. Is that
Oh,
not Morgellons? Havana syndrome.
oh, Havana syndrome. Okay, yeah. I'd
Yeah.
say Morgellons, man, that's creepy shit.
So Havana syndrome, a cure from a lady scientist. I don't know where she was from. It was just on a thing. But she said 2 grounded loops over your temples is a cure for Havana syndrome. So I made a device just like this. Right? You just put it over your. I've sent a few of these out to other people that have like headaches and other problems, and it really seems to help. So, yeah, anything with it's the negative pole of the battery that really works. The negative pole of a battery acts as a ground, Chris. So
Right.
anyway,
I finally did the frame of my bed because I have a hospital bed. I finally grounded it out.
yeah. So you can see how that copper wire over there touches the negative pole. Okay, that's the key to it.
That's a little smaller than a double A. What you got there, man?
This is a 12 volt. I can show you some packaging for it, maybe. Hold on.
Huh.
I don't think I have any packaging for that. There we go. Maybe. See if we have any duty. No. It's a 9 volt. I use a lot of different batteries. I use a 9 volt for a device I put over my belt loop, and but it's a small 12 volt battery. I've done several videos on how to make devices and what types of batteries to use. Um, yeah. Um, Anybody who wants that, I usually do a show on Saturday, and I'm always willing to show what I'm doing and how to do it yourself. So, but yeah, grounding with a battery is pretty much one of the best ways I've found that helps. Because you can wear grounding shoes, but unless you're on dirt, like moist dirt, you're not going to be grounded. So we don't ground near enough.
And Hank, what we're discussing is there's been a really excessive assault, is what I'm going to call it, of some unwanted energies and frequencies that has definitely made itself abundantly clear that it is present and accounted for. And Max has some wonderful devices that he's worked on and he's developed that are great grounding devices and deterrents for the effects of what we're being subjected to. And that's to bring you up to speed there, Hank.
Good synopsis, yeah. Yeah, we're being used as antenna, and I was I spent a few hours looking up antenna technology, and all antennas are grounded, and
Well,
we're being used as an antenna, but we're not grounded. So basically, we're being circuit breakers, and for me, it was my teeth. For my wife, it was her thyroid. For other people, it could be different things, right? Her thyroid is healing now. We've got her grounded and taking iodine, and her thyroid is healing. She doesn't need her thyroid medication anymore.
For me, it was I noticed the worst results were in my bones. Degenerative.
Have you made yourself a grounding device for constant use?
Oh yeah.
Okay, good.
Yeah, and I got to reduce my intake of pain medicine just because I took that extra precaution and grounded myself out. And I still have to use a cane, not quite as often as I did, but there are those times that it's necessary. But I am mobile again. I'm not.
Awesome.
I'm not. Yes, I'm not in a
You'll have to keep
wheelchair.
me updated as to what kind of improvements you get, because that's amazing. Like that's cool. You might recover quite.
Yeah, I'm hoping so. And with the positive energy that has been coming through here with my health aid, I got some pretty high expectations and hope where that's concerned. Yeah.
Awesome. Oh, I'm so happy for you. That's awesome.
Thank you very much. It's been a struggle, man. It really has.
I've only found people get positive effects from grounding, in this way. I'm so happy. Like it gives me almost pride, happiness, and wow. I like seeing people get better, because this world is so shitty at the moment.
Yeah, they've got us up against the wall pretty hard, and like I said, intrusive, complete violation. Yeah, we got some really good characters coming through here tonight.
I'm so happy that helps you. I've seen it help other people, and it just makes me happy every time I see it. Like, gives me a little bit of pride, and I want people to share that knowledge. I don't care. I don't want credit. I don't want nothing from it. Like, I just want to show people how to make things that can help them, and, do that. That's it.
Well, credit where credit's due, Max. You gave me
Yeah.
the fundamentals, and once I had the fundamentals, I started applying it where I could and where available, and it's not out of the bounds of reasoning that I leave the house without a cane now.
Mm. I am so happy
From
about that. That is incredible. That adds to my repertoire. If
yes,
you accredit to that,
yeah, absolutely. I mean,
excellent.
last year, last winter, I couldn't get around without a walker or a cane at all,
Yeah.
and it's been just a complete progressive forward momentum on me getting better. Now, once I get my lungs taken care of
Yeah.
and some of my cardio issues taken care of, I think I'd probably be ready for a small jaunt, um, maybe a few thousand miles cross country and back in my truck.
Right on.
Oh yeah,
Awesome.
I have a goal.
Yeah.
You know,
Fantastic.
whether I probably won't stay out there for
Yeah. See,
3 years
why
like I
didn't they
did.
tell us this? Why didn't they tell us this? If we're going to be used as an antenna, why didn't they tell us? Here, guys, we have this device for you, and you should be grounded because we're going to use you as an antenna and a security device.
Right?
Fucking assholes. And it may cause you some damage. So here, if we give you this, it'll mitigate that. They didn't do that.
No.
That pisses
No, and
me
by
off.
the way, make sure you're vaccinated.
Yeah. Fucking assholes.
Yeah, true to the nature.
Oh, yeah.
When
Here's one. I have so many of these things. Like, I have so many grounding devices all over the place. I do. Like, here, look. This is one of the ones that I've
let me
devised.
put you here.
Yeah, this is just for your. I put that on my hip. Right, so it just hooks over your pants, and that really helps. There was a kid at work. He had tooth pains and swollen glands under his neck, and so you just put it there. And I was telling him about grounding, and he didn't believe me at all. So I told him, I said, you know what? Here's a battery. I held out a 9-volt battery and put it in front of him, and I said, you know what? Put your finger on that for a minute, okay? And what do you have to lose except for 1 minute of your life, right? He rolled his eyes and looked at me and said, fine, I'll do it. He put his finger on it, and within about 5 seconds, it didn't even take 5 seconds, his tooth stopped hurting.
Uh-huh.
So he said, well, I can't hang on to this all day. And I said, okay, because I had 2 of those waist things on. So I gave him one of those. By the end of the day, not only did his tooth not hurt, his gland had gone down in swelling.
Awesome.
So, you can look up the benefits of grounding anywhere. And you're going to see benefits, right? It's just we can't sit on the dirt, on the ground, on the wet dirt all the time. That's all.
No, and
If
as
we
a
could.
species, we were designed to be grounded by
Yeah.
barefoot,
Mhm.
other than maybe some leather, moccasins or something. But even that is kind of another layer of skin.
Yeah.
Mm. Yeah, it's awesome. We got some great information flowing.
Yeah, I
think,
hope it helps people. I'm trying to get this to some of the bigger channels so that, more people can understand what's going on with their health, and be able to improve it. you know, and get mad about what they're doing, you know, enough to change it. Like, we need limits on this stuff. Like, the amount of
Yes.
energy that they're using is like, in China, they use 600% less wireless energy than we do. When
Mm.
they have, when their women, when their ladies get pregnant, they advise them to wear EMF protective garments. They know about this stuff and they tell their people. Our country does nothing and just freaking blasts us with it.
Well, hell no, that's just an exportable resource to them, and
Yeah,
you know, damn those who are unaware, because you're just going to be a victim.
yeah, and you're just going to be a piece of pie in the fucking medical industry, right? Because
Yeah.
you'll go to the doctor for all the cures, for all the shit they're doing to us. It has nothing to do with anything you're doing, but they're going to blame you for it anyway. Oh, you're not living right. You're doing this wrong. Oh, you must be eating too much. This isn't reacting well with you. All their bullshit, and they'll give you fucking, you know, petroleum-based fucking medications that'll kill your liver and, you know, ruin the rest of your life, that you'll have to take 5 different other medications to fight the side effects of, you know. It's
Yeah,
ridiculous.
they had me some medicated out at one time, Max. It's
Yeah, I
but I
know.
did, you know,
I believe
it took
you
me a
told me,
while.
yeah.
You know, it
Garbage,
did. It
man.
took
It's
me.
total garbage. Total garbage. I'll be back in a second. I gotta go. I'll be back
Sure.
in 1 second.
Did we lose him? Guess we lost him there for a second. That's all right. Um, like I said, you know, Max is very informative, and when he comes on here, you can always expect that you know, something new is going to be delivered in the way of technology, or the advancement of understanding the silent war that's going on. Uh, you know, I tried to get people to be aware of the full capacity of frequencies, even on social media, but the hold that social media and the cell phone or the smartphone and the computer, the hold it has is a lot stronger than me bringing up the effects and what I was capable of doing just with social media, and no one cared. No one really gave a shit. So you know, hopefully this has a good reception to an audience that really needs this information, and that's not just present audience. That's later on people who get, need to see this, or uh, you know, watch it at a later time. It's invaluable, and once you become environmentally aware of what you're being put through unbeknownst, it changes the game around completely.
Please share this out, Chris. if you need any more information or have any questions, I usually do a show in the afternoons on Saturday and Sundays. Unfortunately, this has been my main focus recently, because it's just pissed me off so much watching, you know, and I can tell you the day before people are going to suffer. I can tell you the day before every time. It's annoying. It really makes me mad. Few things make me mad, but this makes me mad.
Well, it destroys your quality of what little bit of life we get in the short term.
I've learned to deal with it. I have my own covers. I have my emotional guards up, right? I know what's happening. For those people that don't know what's happening, they're just victims, and it's horrible. And even the people that know what's happening, that are like sub to my channel, even for them, it's hard to keep in mind and pull yourself out of that, because it's tricky. They're very tricky little fuckers. This is me off. Again, I knew I should have done a show on Tuesday, but I didn't. I should have, because I knew that people would have been suffering on Monday. I should have.
Well,
so I'm going to do that more often when I know that people are going to be suffering from this shit. I'm going to do a live, hopefully pull them out of it.
Yeah. If anything, you know, maybe play some music with the proper frequencies to help pull them in line. If any, or it's lightly in the background.
I played 528 tonight, just to elevate and balance DNA.
Yeah, because we were together not too long ago, and you had it on in the background, and it was, you know, I could tell a difference, and it was easier to flow with the conversation and stay very relevant. And I was like, wow, man, you know.
Yeah, right now I'm trying to get. I want to get a. I haven't done it. I have to find. I don't shop online, so I have to find some store that will sell me an MP3 player, so that when I'm at work, I have an app that'll play several frequencies. So I play 528 and 432. And if you play those frequencies, like I play them when I sleep as well, and you'll notice a huge difference in your life if you do that. Listening to those two frequencies at the same time, all day long, or as much as you can, it'll be awesome.
Yeah.
Like it really has an effect. Those are DNA and RNA repairing, which is being attacked right now. Our DNA and RNA.
I will definitely vouch for the frequencies, because I stay immersed in frequencies and did my fair share of research. Let me see if I still got these maps. Okay. Yeah. Yeah, I got a couple.
Yeah,
I got a couple
YouTube has
players.
some good videos too. Like I just play YouTube videos, and those work great. You know, you don't have to you don't have to have special speakers or, you know, anything. You just go to YouTube, type in 432 pure tone and 528 pure tone. And I play both of those videos on my computer when I sleep. Amazing.
Yeah, I got a couple MP3 players right here. I got to charge them up and make sure they work.
Yeah, I want an MP3 player so I can download some, like my news shows. I listen to a lot of different podcasts. And then on my phone, during the day, I can play 432 and 528 on a tone generator I have on my phone.
Okay.
Yeah, even the guys at work, they don't mind it. I've done it a few times at work, and they don't mind it. So, yeah, and then
Let
when
me
you're done work, you you don't feel tired, which is really cool.
okay, let me figure out how to get my
Oh,
icon
it's
off
really
here so I
cool.
can.
528 and 432 together. We talked about this last time. It sounds like a dial tone.
Yeah, it's what it sounded like when you had it going.
Yeah. That's because they wanted to make the dial tone inviting.
They did do that. Well, I'm
There
not.
we go. That's the tone right there.
See.
If you get the right pitch on it, like if you angle your head in different ways, eventually it'll sound like the word somebody saying om. Om in a higher pitch than my voice. But yeah.
Okay. I'm trying
All
to.
right, good night, Chris.
Oh, here we go. Maybe this is it. Yeah, is this what you're talking about? If I can just MP3 players like that.
Yeah, that's what I want. Just so I can download like podcasts. Yeah. They're cheap. I
Okay.
want to find one without Bluetooth and stuff, you know.
These are older ones. They don't have no Bluetooth on them, and I've got the older charging cables to them.
Oh yeah.
If they work, yeah, if they work, just email me your address and shit, I'll send them to you, man. I don't
Yeah,
use them.
just send me one because there'd probably be other people that could use one of those for sure.
Yeah, they're definitely older. I mean, we're talking.
Sounds like a drum circle. That's cool.
I think maybe they hold a gig. That'll
Oh
tell
yeah,
you
that'd
about.
be plenty. That'd be plenty. Most of the things I don't know, 500 megabytes at the very most probably.
Yeah, these things have been stuck up with abandoned electronics for so long that I almost forgot that they even existed. They could
That's
have
pretty
popped out of
cool.
reality. Yeah, so give them a good home, man.
Well, you should start using one too, like and advising people not to use their other devices. The new
Right?
devices are coming out with 5G steerable technology.
Ooh,
Yeah.
I did notice that the MP3 players just disappeared.
Yeah.
Almost overnight. And I thought that was strange.
Yeah, that again, they want you on the phone, right? They want you
Right.
hooked up. They want a device close to the body.
Yeah, no, that's not gonna work. I can have my in-home package and mail this.
Yeah.
So
Yeah,
that's not.
it's amazing. Like even Bluetooth, there's Bluetooth is one of the tools they use as well that is very underrated as far as what it can do.
Well, I told you they were going into cemeteries and picking up MAC addresses.
Yep. That's I've seen those videos. I didn't believe that really at the beginning.
Yeah, it's true.
Yeah, it seems like that's probably true. Unfortunately, check that video. sometime. Good night, guys. Okay, good night, Chris. It was nice to meet you, buddy. What's that video? Can you see if I can pull you? 10 sounds from neutron stars, pulsars. Oh, those are cool. There's got to be some of these sounds that are really amazing for us, right?
You would think.
It's hmm.
You would think so. I mean,
Yeah.
just an absolute pure natural resonance from an entire body. You know, a heavenly body. That's, you know, I know that as far as alignments, there's an effect. I know as far as cycles, there's an effect. So I'm thinking individual energies amplified. Yeah, it's got to be something to it that would be beneficial.
I love listening to those. Thanks for that, Chris. Yeah, I do like those.
You know, that might be something.
Saturn sounds very disturbing, though. Saturn's way off key.
I believe that. I'm thinking maybe using some of these planetary sounds in my music. You know, I already put stuff in my music. Nothing, you know, it's going to hurt you. Mostly beneficial, if anything. But that would be neat to do an album and use planetary sounds, frequencies, audible.
Yeah.
I might give that a go.
Well, they are communications, right?
Yeah. Yeah, I like to find different sounds that aren't generally available. And if I can adjust the frequency on them and capture the sound and put it in a 430 seconds,
you could have fun with this video. It's got the sound bites of the different stars and stuff.
Oh, shit, cool. Yeah.
Yeah.
Shit, yeah. Against better judgment, but
oh wow, this one's got an amazing beat to it. It's almost like a ratcheting drum. Really cool. I love those.
Awesome.
Oh, here. Where's the link here? Crab pulse.
Yeah. There we go.
Hi, Cage. This one's kind of, you guys can't hear it, but this one's kind of repetitive. It's almost like a cat's purr, which is cool. It's around that beat. 20, 24 hertz.
I can quantize those sounds with my program and it pulls them into beat.
Yeah.
So if I'm using like, let's say 120 beats per minute, then I can quantize the sound of that planet and bring it right into to rhythm.
Yeah, some of them have a pattern, some of them are just a constant beat. But I like the ones with the patterns, like different, different tempo to it, different pattern, other than just a constant beat.
Yeah, I'm gonna try and play with that a little bit now. And even if I have to clear a part of the song out and just have a real melodic sound and just let the planets play the music and do what they naturally do.
Yeah. There's
If
a
I
lot of
can,
stuff you could put behind it to enhance it for sure.
yeah, yeah, yeah. That'll be a neat little musical endeavor. I I've still got some things on the table that I've been working with, but I think that would be definitely an interesting pursuit. If anything, it'll scare the shit out of people.
How's it going, Cage?
Hey, accessing.
So,
You're roboting a little bit.
Nice, good. Yep.
Oh, it's catching up. Doing good.
Here, bro.
So you've been listening long?
I'm just driving home now. I was out
Oh, you
in
missed
fucking
our whole
ravine.
talk about erection. You missed our whole talk about erections and stuff.
Oh. Look into the Royal Order of the Jester. Look into the Royal Order of the Jesters. Mirth is king. There's only 13
Exactly.
people out there.
That does work. That does work. Yeah.
I'm gonna go laugh at it. I'm just driving.
Yeah, it's about protection and healing. Piloerection. We're talking about. So, protection and healing.
We're throwing knives. I got really good at throwing.
wonder if there's a frequency that could simulate that type of stimulation in the brain to give you the goosebumps or to
Oh,
give you
good thought.
that.
Oh, good thought. Oh, good thought. Hold on. Let me see something.
Of course there is.
Interesting idea.
It only works on mines that are open though. If you have a firewall set up, it doesn't really matter. I mean,
No, this might
motherfucker, I'll
not
give you
be.
goosebumps, guaranteed. I'll look in your fucking eyes right now, stand up.
No.
How did it go, Axis, on the eclipse?
I got to see the eclipse. Spent some time with my family.
That's all right. It's not over till it's over, though. Remember that.
Oh.
I'm on the list, huh, Axis? I'm not special.
Do what?
I'm on the list, apparently, according to you.
The list? Yeah, you're a potential disruptor.
How?
Just your nature, man.
I'll work on that for you.
Do it for yourself, man. I just shut down a bunch of channels and don't have any interaction with them anymore just because they contribute to disruption. I found that I prefer coherent information, and I've grown into.
Well, tell me, explain to me how I've disrupted you in any way, shape, or form. You know what? I'll put
Okay,
you on my fucking list, buddy. Good luck with that. You know what I mean?
is that what you come up here for? To throw a threat at me?
No, you fucking randomly messaged that in my fucking chat out of nowhere. And then fucking Max said
Yeah,
magnetite and mitochondrions are the same thing. You guys are funny, aren't you? You understand I don't give a fuck, right?
maybe that's the problem, Cage. But I'm not going to entertain disruptors, and I'm not going to entertain your ego.
I hear you.
So you go be a badass somewhere else, and you give them the best Cage that you can.
So I've been here for you, bro. I'm always here for you, bro. You know what I mean? I've been trying to do my best. You know what I mean? I apologize if I disrupted anything. That's not my intention. But sometimes disruptions are necessary, you know? In the right way, whatever that means. Yeah. It's all love access. What, I missed the whole bit about erections. What the fuck are you guys talking about? Well, like the obelisks or something, the phallic worship? Egyptian
You got
gods.
this. You got this, Max. You got a better handle on it than I do.
Yeah, Max is always looking at stuff like that. Or was it dragon semen or something last time?
You still with us, Max?
It's probably dealing with something quick. You got I noticed you got the hairless cat not too long ago.
That's a rat.
That's a big fucking one. You should get a capybara.
No, I'm happy with my rat.
An emotional support capybara. It's the biggest rodent. You know those giant things that like water.
Yeah. Yeah, I'm pretty content with my rat.
What about the husky?
He's fine.
You have them in there too?
Yeah, I keep the rat away from me just because he could actually hurt the rat without even trying.
Yeah, like accidentally, right?
Yeah. Just too much love in him.
Yep.
He wouldn't know any better. He knows to avoid the snake, but not the rat.
Well done. A conduit.
What are you up to, Cage?
I'm on the highway. It is 420.
On the
Might as well be on the
highway?
Yeah.
Which highway?
401.
Not the 420?
401. It's pretty empty, actually. Pretty much pretty empty at this hour. Just making a fire and shit in the forest, you know? Throwing
It's not a
knives.
long weekend, so yeah.
What are you up to?
I was I was sharing information about grounding and energy, and yeah, earlier tonight I did a show because there was a lot of people having a lot of negative experiences over the past week. So I wanted to reaffirm that it's not them. A lot of physical and emotional problems. Actually, some death too, which really sucks. Lots of death.
Apparently it goes in threes or something, right? The law of three. But
yeah, I've heard that before.
things
come in threes.
Yeah. What is it? The residue of the astrological shit that happened.
I don't know. Seems to be kind of true, you know. If you parse it out over long enough time.
The esotericists could learn a lot from the true astrology, right? To use these planetary energies in the right way, transmute them in the right way.
Yeah, I try to explain like a birth chart is an awesome thing because it tells you of the pitfalls you might have. So it's a guide to becoming a higher self. I don't think an astrology chart is something that tells you what you're going to be. It just tells you how better you can be.
Kind of like a guide, kind of like a guideline. Not really like a.
We're meant to rise above our astrological charts.
Yeah, you should be. You're like a slave to. So it's about using those energies in the right way, right?
Yeah.
Like people that have a lot of Saturn in their birth chart to be tested in that a lot. You know?
Yeah, I have huge Saturn. Saturn squared.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It's the grand taskmaster of time. It's like, the teacher.
Yeah. Give you some hard lessons. Better learn quick. Yeah. Yeah, my chart does not look good at all. Yeah, I don't have those nice angles that you
What
want.
chart? The Western or the Eastern? Like the Vedic?
Either of them. Either of them. I'm a Virgo in both, but the angles work out pretty much the same, and I've got a lot of 90-degree angles in my chart, which isn't good.
It could be. It depends how you
Well, it
look at
could be, yeah. It depends on how you take it, right?
Yep.
Right? Fools and tools, just a tool. Yeah. Yeah, Virgo. Yeah, I had some very prominent Virgo traits when I was younger. Like nitpicky. Oh man, I can find fault in anything.
I am.
Oh God, a bunch of Virgos around you. That must suck, fools and tools.
What's the symbol of the Virgo again?
The Virgin.
Oh, it's Gemini. Which is the one with the smiley fucking face and the happy face? That's Gemini, right?
Gemini's the twins.
Yeah, see, I've never really looked into astrology that much. Again, it's not kind of like a brainwash. Like if you believe that shit can have like some sort of an effect on you. It's like a subconscious fucking program.
Well, no, because you can find somebody's birthday and do their astrology without them knowing it, and see the traits that present themselves.
Yeah,
it can be done. It can be done in reverse, where you can look at the chart and then look at the person, right? Without them ever having viewed the chart.
From my observation, though, it's set up in a way where no matter what is being told to you, it'll somehow match anybody's life in a way if you look at it that way.
Yeah, the horoscopes that they put out. Yeah, most people can see themselves in almost anything, but yeah, I don't know. I do give some credence to the charts.
So I think the Western astrology is kind of diluted, right? Anyway.
I found that I've done my astrology. Actually had it done for me. I'm not that interested in astrology, but I've had it done for me. Like people have done it for me in all three types: Western, Vedic, and Mayan, and they all are very similar. Not that each sign is similar, but that a lot of the traits come up similar. So I don't know. I give it some credence. It if you just think of it as at its base level, lunacy. You ask anybody, any police officer, any
the full moon
nurse, what the full moon does to people. So you translate that to the planets, and they have subtler effects.
It makes sense, right? Because apparently, like the ebb and flow.
Yeah.
And the moon apparently affects water, and we're mostly made out of water, so I'm sure it has an effect on us. Huh?
Yeah.
Go by that standard.
Yeah, the electromagnetic field of it, and everything else has an electromagnetic field as well.
Well, I'm home. I made it back safely, apparently.
So when you were born, all those energies were pulling on you in different ways. I don't know if that makes you or if you're drawn to that particular energy. I've got on the latter side that we're drawn to that energy spot to help complete our journey, our soul, to help fill in the blanks. A Leo. My daughter's a Leo. Rawr!
Leo. Isn't there supposed to be like what a 13th one too?
Say
Isn't
that again.
Isn't there supposed to be like a 13th sign?
Yeah, the Ophiuchus. It's a deacon of Scorpio. It's one of the deacons, but they want to make it into a 13th sign. It's not. And the reason for that is because the zodiac is a ring magnet, and ring magnets come in 12 poles, 6 positive and 6 negative. And that's the way it works. You can't have a 13th pole. It won't fit. It's all very mathematical.
Based off geometry or something. No?
Yeah, it's the geometry of a ring magnet. A ring magnet has 12 poles, 6 positive, 6 negative. It's what you're going to get. It's 12 signs, because we're working with a ring magnet of the constellations. It's really cool how I found that. I ripped apart a speaker, and I was trying to work with free energy devices. So I was doing magnets. I started ripping apart magnets and checking out their poles. And all ring magnets have 12 poles. So
12 poles, 12 poles.
12 poles, 12 signs. There you go. Yeah, we have 12 major cranial nerves. You know, it's all as above, so below. It's the same thing.
And you're the 13. It's 12 of them, then the observer.
Well, the 13th could be considered the pineal, or us, in the center of the ring magnet. Because you have a crown of 12 nerves, 12 opposing nerves, positive and negative, in your head. Just the same as the zodiac. We're a mirror of what's above. So give astrology a second look there, because it can help people, you know. Look for the lacks in your sign. You know, the things that your chart tell you you're lacking in, and really analyze yourself that way. What were you saying there, Axis?
I'm reaching my 4-hour mark, and I'm open for any closing information.
Oh.
How are you? Kiss my asses and whatever else.
Take care of yourself. Know that your moods are being manipulated. Ground yourself constantly through one of the grounding devices. Go to my channel, find out how to make one. That's all I got to say.
Yes, please, and put your link in.
Oh, sure. Yeah.
Yeah, I definitely want to make sure that people who catch this later will have plenty of resources to your link and the other links that were posted. Lots of valuable information.
I know Tools and Fools is up to me.
Yeah, I'm gonna put you across my Facebook. I have a really big following on Facebook. I'm gonna incorporate your link and your channel and post a few of your videos and see what kind of response we get.
Thanks. Yeah, I'm gonna try on X. I want to get multi-streaming through StreamYard. I have to pay for that, but they don't like any of my cards anymore for some reason. I can't buy anything online. There's nothing wrong with my cards, but nobody is accepting them. So
That happened to me too.
I think I'm banned. I went into the bank.
Yeah.
I asked them to replace my card, and I tried that. No good. So I think it's leaked my IP address or my MAC address. So
I've been seeing these videos of people trying to go to the bank and try to pull like something like not even a lot, like $3,000, and they won't give it to them.
Really?
Like, no, you're not allowed.
That's
You're
bizarre.
not allowed to access their own money.
Yeah. It's getting weird out there. I don't know what to
That
do.
is for sure.
Make some more noise. That's what I can do.
Yeah. Yeah, at least show some type of resistance to it because it is intrusive and it is violating.
Yeah.
On that, Max, it's been a wonderful show.
Yep. Pilo erection. Try and practice it. It's
Yes.
basically giving yourself goosebumps. So, try tensing up the muscles at the base of your skull. There's several things to equate it to. I don't know if it's going to help. I don't know how it can, I can see how it can help if you're aware of it. I don't know how it's going to help when I'm asleep or at work or anything, but I'm going to give it a try anyway, see if I can get any effects out of it. So, because it did relate to what you were talking about with your experiences. So, all right, good night. Much love to you all.
All right, thank you, Max. And I am going to be trying to put that to sound, so maybe we can stimulate that through sound and
Let's
frequency.
listen to some planetary frequencies and some good healing frequencies. All right,
Absolutely. Yes, and thank you for everybody who showed up in chat. Thank you for your participation. You're all much appreciated. I've got some really good people here, and I appreciate you all. And I appreciate your etiquette, your input, and wow, you've made this a really, really good experience all the way around. Dom, Max, everybody in the chat, and everybody that sees this in the future and is able to take something away from it. Hopefully this assists you in your endeavors into this journey we called life. So, children of the metaverse, it's been another one. Just pure gratitude all the way around. Access out.